I can't list my personal information on stream, is what you're saying?
I mean, you can, I just don't recommend it. By all means, share your IP address or whatever.
My social security number is
12345678910. It's my
Yep.
phone number.
Probably don't do that. Okay, well, let's see. I can get the stream link, and you guys can test to make sure that everyone is legible. Or
That's good.
yeah, I'm bringing it up on my phone.
link. Okay, there we go. Can you remove? Yes, I can. If Ash just doesn't show up, I'm just gonna remove him from the group. Okay, now to determine how many people are actually within the bracket.
Can you talk for a little bit? I'm gonna mute myself instead of the stream.
Sorry?
He was gonna mute himself so he could hear the stream.
Ah, yes.
Sounds okay to me, though I wasn't listening very much. How is someone already in the YouTube chat spamming?
Oh, there's bots.
Impressive.
Not sure why it's necessary to any degree, but you do you, buddy.
Am I really soft? Am I really soft in the stream?
Alright. Alright. Let's see. I can move you to 130%. By the way, are the icons flashing in game? Like the voice icons? I can see mine, but I don't know if that's being picked up.
It doesn't appear to be picked up by the stream, no.
I don't see him either.
How do I capture that?
Should I share the link with the Discord, or do you want to wait for a bit?
I think it'd be fine.
Still not sure about our sounds.
You're not sure about our sounds? What do you mean?
It just sounds like, look, I in particular sound really soft on the stream.
I think I had a little bit of echoes, a little bit of an echo, so I'm trying to like put a blanket over myself and the mic and everything, just to help get that out of here.
Okay, so OBS specifically had audio input capture to be really low, so that should probably affect all of you. So can you like say testing 1, 2, 3 or such clicks?
Testing 1, 2.
And then since I'm busy, you should check if that actually got picked up.
Okay, I can hear me now.
Huzzah.
I'm so nasal today. It's very sad. Oh well.
Oh, you didn't have to be here. You just signed up to be.
Oh, I want to be here. I just don't want to be sick.
That is understandable. All right, yeah, I'm like under a blanket, so I don't have echo.
Yep.
There we go, I'm all set.
Very good.
Okay, so the tournament is going to be best 2 out of 3, no single elimination. So it means anybody, if they're cast out, or, yes, if they lose their best 2 out of 3, they will be cast out from the tournament and shan't be seen again.
Okay, so no elimination bracket, just best 2 out of 3.
Well, I'm setting up the bracket right now. So it'll be a, simple elimination bracket, just Best 2 out of 3.
Sounds good. Do you have a game open yet?
Yes. I'm
Where-
What
in,
station
I'm
are we going to
in
use?
Pravino
Pravino.
Station with the password that is rocks.
Okay.
Can the stream hear that?
Even if they can, they have to start joining anyways, so. Um, Yes.
We still have to change the live stream name.
Oh man, I should probably do that. Well, it's the first stream, so I guess that's just the by default. Cosmoteer official 2 November tournament. Oh, I guess I'll give it a thumbnail too. Thumbnail.
Hey, you put the T in tournament this time.
I can still remove it, you know.
No, if you're
Not
gonna do
really.
that, you have to remove the N also.
That would be very funny. Commandant. Commandant? I don't know. It's just a weird name. But I suppose I'm one to talk. Still setting up the bracket, trying to go as fast as I can.
All good. You got time. Like a whole minute.
I have 3 whole minutes even. I guess why don't you guys introduce yourselves in the meantime?
All right. I go by KMC, that one KMC. And I've been around Cosmoteer for the past 4 or 5 years on and off, but really got back into it over the last couple months. And I've I also have my own YouTube channel, so you might know me from there. In case you look trying to wonder where you recognize me.
And I'm a Quixamo. I've been around for about 3 years. Won one tournament. Been mad scientisting ever since.
I am Captain Redstone. I've been around for probably about 5 years now, and I have technical knowledge of the game.
And I'm Silas, I'm the tournament host. I host the tournaments, shockingly, of course. Been playing the game since 2018, I think. Actually, in November, really, which is kind of a neat coincidence.
Happy birthday.
Sorry?
Happy birthday.
Happy Cosmoteer Day. Yes, it's very, very neat. It's getting complicated.
Captain Redstone here is our resident bug smasher.
Not by choice.
Oh, you're so good at it. Just stop being good at it. Finishing. Alright, I'm missing one person from the bracket, but I'm not sure who that is.
Hmm.
Now you get to look it all over.
Yep, that's so much fun. It's Greedisher. Greedisher. Sorry for all the impending name butchering, which will, of course, be completely unavoidable.
Yeah, I mean, some names on the internet are not designed to be pronounceable.
I suppose that's
Yeah.
true. There's also other names that, like, even if they're theoretically pronounceable, are not pronounceable, such as Saris.
I've just now noticed that that the lobby, the match lobby actually tells you what station you're in. That's really smart. Good job, Walt.
It's very helpful. I'm never gonna get used to the restructuring of where things are saved.
You can just like pin it to quick access or something.
I suppose I could, but that requires me being competent, and that's still up for debate. Okay, so I found a way to display the bracket to mostly work. I'm pretty sure it should be visible on stream. And one of the main issues in the past was that nobody had any idea what the bracket was or where it was. So now it can be seen and loved and adored.
It's up on the stream right now, so yes.
Yes. Okay, so as you can see, Alex D and Forder are going to be first. I don't know if they're paying attention. So we will begin the classic process of pinging them until they respond. Okay, which Forder is it? Why is there multiple Forders? You guys up first. Did you know that in the past tournaments were like consistently starting an hour late?
Well,
An hour?
An entire hour. An entire hour and a half sometimes. But
I remember them starting late, but not that late.
maybe it was just a regular half an hour. But still, that's like an insane amount of time.
Saris, for the tournament participants, if you could clarify, is the R in rocks capitalized?
It is not capitalized. Rocks is not capitalized. In fact, I shall add this to the tournament thing. At some point. Now I'm going to turn the image off. I probably shouldn't have had it up for that long. Not sure what Alex is going on about. But okay, to quickly explain how the event goes, players have a limited budget of 3 different ship choices, and they have all sent me their ships, which I will manually assign to them. They cannot pick them, and this is to lower the amount of massive ship libraries people have. So they have to tell me what ship they want, and I'll give it to them.
Context, in the past, what would happen is you'd have 2 people with so many different ships that they would just pick one ship, and then the other person would pick a ship that counters it, and then the first person would pick a ship that counters that, and you just end up watching people switching ships for 5 or 10 minutes straight.
Yeah, counterpick.
It didn't happen often, but when it happened, it happened.
Certain players are like, you know, I have time to waste, and I know the other person like has to leave at some point. And it was an interesting tactic, I suppose, but that's an issue that's attempting to be rectified. So
And I do think this is a better solution than like just starting a timer or something.
yeah, because timers just like promote hot picks, which makes it about the metagame of just like hot picking what you want, which is kind of gross because I just want it to be a testament of skill. Alex.
It's like both of these ships are missile avoiders.
The one up top looks like it's actually a deck gun missile orbiter. I'm sorry, a deck gun orbiter.
Oh, interesting. I suppose they do look rather similar.
They do. So it looks like missile orbiter versus deck gun. This could be interesting.
Okay, so the casting groups are Quiximo and NetKMC, and me and Redstone. Who wants to go first to preside over this best of 3 and crown off the tournament?
I'm good to start.
All right.
All right. Let's go for
Redstone
it.
and me will mute unless there's a technical issue, in which I will unmute to help. But as you were, gentlemen.
Alrighty.
I'm very
First
excited
match
for
of the
this.
game, launching. So this is a fun way to start things off because the deck gun is the newest weapon that's been added to the game. And it's the least well-known and least tried and true weapon. It has an extremely low turret movement speed and extremely low projectile speed, which means you basically have to be point blank and try to get your target to not move. It's basically the closest thing to a melee weapon we have now. The missile orbiter, on the other hand, wants to just stay in missile range, not get clinched, and kill the enemy before they ever have a chance to ramp.
Oh.
Using the deck cannons, you pretty much have, if you're in deck direct control, you pretty much have to keep your mouse in front. That way, when you start shooting, your guns are where you expect them to be.
One can hope.
By the way, introduce the left ship and then the right ship, presumably fast enough that they are described and introduced before the combat starts.
Alrighty, I think we handled that in the loading. The left ship is the deck gun ship, and the right ship is the missile orbiter. So far, they're just headed straight towards each other. There hasn't been any maneuvering at all, which is pretty much to the deck gun's advantage.
The deck guns have much better movement, so they're gonna be able to keep a ram.
Alex D's trying to get his ram on. So far, has not been able to hold on, but we'll see.
That rear reactor is gonna be vulnerable.
Yep. Alex's plan is to hopefully keep the missiles from eating up his rear while he gets through that front armor, but those missiles are already doing some damage. That is a lot of armor for him to have to push through.
Thankfully, he has a little bit of armor behind that reactor.
That's a good call.
But once all those engines start falling off, he's gonna lose a lot of movement.
It could be 1 or 2 more volleys.
Yeah. Oh. That just knocked out like all the engines on that one side. Once they run out of power, they're out.
That also means Forder has probably just lost control. And he has no more power generation, and he's 1 shot away. There it is.
Good game.
That is the power of the deck gun when it's well presented. There you have it. Good first match.
Yeah. Very interesting. No cheese.
So to reiterate, it's best 2 out of 3. So they have either 2 or 1 more match.
Alrighty, so let's see if they want to switch up their ships or if they want to do this again. Alex says, let's do that again, just like that.
So I've never actually seen deck guns in competitive combat before. They do way more damage than you would think. That's terrifying.
Yes, they do. They do a lot of damage. The downside is that was the best possible situation for them right there, was to just have a static target.
Also, it wasn't solid armor. There was gapping in it, so
Right.
it goes through a little bit. It looks like it's going a lot faster than it is.
But it was doing a lot of damage. Don't
Yeah.
get me wrong. That was a lot of armor you saw get chewed through.
I think a big advantage of having the deck cannons is everything in front of the ship kind of acts like a ram bar, so you can get focused fire on the surface.
Yep. You'll notice that's why Alex D's deck guns are farther back from the front of his ship so that it can get that kind of focus fire. All right, so we've got a rematch.
Same ships.
Same ships. Let's see if anyone changes anything up. Ford is headed straight for him again. Looks like he's getting a little bit of a turn in this time. And Alex D's just going straight for him. He wants to get that ram again and just hold him there.
Probably going to be looking the same. Maybe he'll have the missiles focused a little better.
Ooh. That is not exactly how he wanted to do it. However, he might actually get around him. He might get a rear shot out of this.
Looks like that won't be happening.
Nope.
I think he hasn't got much damage to his engines yet, so he's not doing too badly there.
It's like change of tactics. Gonna try it the same way he did it last time.
Oh, those missiles are about to start blowing up ammo rooms, storages.
Well, that puts Alex right about where he started last time. But worked out for him last time. He might do it again.
Even if he just takes out engines.
Yep, he's just gonna bore through that armor again.
That reactor's already half down.
He doesn't necessarily need that reactor, but it's gonna cost some deck cannons when it goes off.
Yeah. There are not many engines left on it. It's about to go.
Yeah. There goes about half of his firepower.
Most of it because the ammo's all blown up.
Looks like he's got one more active gun capable of firing.
Yeah, it doesn't look
Ooh.
like nope, the ammo's out. Well, there's a little bit left at the sides.
Well, he got the ammo out, but he also just took out a control room. Oh, there it goes. Looks like we're going to round 3, folks. Porter takes it for that one.
By the way, for classic players, there's a new addition to control rooms, how they work, where there's command bandwidth, and every item takes up some of this currency, and this currency, provided by control rooms, allows your ship to operate. If you lose control rooms, you can't just have like one small one hidden somewhere on your ship. If you lose a control room and you dip under into negative command points, you lose control of your ship and you have to like turn stuff off. So when someone says like they lost a control room, that could probably mean that they're currently drifting and have no control.
Counter is a quick player can have a bunch of things hotkeyed to turn off, and if they power off enough things, they can get control back, but they still have a deficit of things that they can power. So both combatants are ready to do a third round, not changing ships.
Well, they might not be aware.
Well, they're not going to be headed straight for each other this time because they got an asteroid in the way.
I wonder how the asteroids are going to be affecting kiting, like ultralight rails in the future.
Well, from what we've seen so far, if you want to be an avoider, asteroids are very much to your benefit, and if you're a kite, they're kind of to your detriment. All right, Alex is going around the top. Got Forder headed around the bottom. Gonna try to create a little distance. First volley is away.
Seems like it's going to the front armor, which is best for him.
Oh yeah, he's got plenty of armor. Doesn't want to take too many of those side shots, but he's not going to have any choice in this case. He's using his armor to tank the missiles, but he's never going to be able to he's never going to be able to close if he keeps doing that. He's just going to have to grin and bear it, get in there, and get his guns where he wants them. So Alex D moved in for the ram.
There we go. He's got the ram much earlier this time, so if he doesn't get one off, I think this is going to go pretty well.
You can also see the rotation currently is to his benefit as well. It's keeping those missiles from getting into his rear. But he did let go.
Oh. Now he's back. One thing that players forget to do is focus fire at the surface instead of at the back of someone. That way your shots punch through the armor all at the same place.
That's true. There just went over a reactor. That was half of Alex's firepower, but you still can't underestimate that power. He could still get through. But right now it's looking better for Holder. Yep, there it went. Alex D lost the control room. Good game, guys. That means Forder's going to advance.
Game indeed. So, one mechanic with deck cannons that wasn't really a factor in that fight, deck cannons are mounted on the roof, and anything mounted on the roof can actually block roof projectiles. So, stuff like deck cannons, mining lasers will run into each other. So, even if a deck cannon can, like, turn 90 degrees to face an opponent, with that configuration, they'd all run into each other, so it's not viable to shoot at an opponent from that angle.
Yeah. And Delta Clive with tractor beams. And sensors as well, but that's rarely an issue.
Okay, so it'll be me and Redstone casting this next set of matches, which is, 2 or 3 of them.
All right. So once it starts, we'll mute, right?
So that one KMC and Quiximo will meet.
All right, I see you on the other side.
Right, so it looks like ship from Pinecone Apple Tree is another pretty similar deck cannon ship. Is that an orbiter or a rammer? Do we
They're
have a
kind of
definition yet?
indistinguishable at times. Orbiter generally refers to all forward thrust all the time, even though they're not, like, always orbiting. It's a little bit of a misnomer, but when someone says orbiter, it means all forward thrust.
Right. So on the left, we have another missile orbiter. It's much wider, but overall will function pretty similarly to the one we saw in the last match.
Looks significantly faster, which will probably help it from getting into the same situation. And on the right,
Yeah.
we have a also much lighter and somewhat skinnier deck cannon ship. So it's kind of the same matchup, but with different variants, of course.
Yeah, I'm rather surprised to see the deck cannon ship is using large shields.
I'm not really sure.
Large shields. Go ahead.
I'm not really sure how that's going to affect it because they have higher regeneration but are less resistant to burst. So, presumably if missiles go through the front, then it can resist them better. But they might also, crash and be vulnerable.
So here we have a really good example of how effective thrust is in Cosmoteer. Even though they couldn't get a lot of good shots off, Pinecone Apple Tree was able to get to the side of that missile ship, which is very impressive considering how quickly both ships can turn.
And then with the extra speed, Nuzmus could, get out of the pins in situations where he doesn't want to be in, so he can continue to fly in circles around Pine to continue shooting missiles at them. Because this missile orbiter type of ship wants to spend all of its time going in circles, like not being fired at. And, Pine wants to do exactly what it's doing, so he's kind of in a bad situation right now.
Yeah, that reactor is about to go. Good game. Little bit of interesting piloting there by Pinecone Apple Tree. So you saw in the last match that the missiles being fired will kind of arc around your ship and hit it from the back. But Pinecone Apple Tree was constantly shifting positions a little, which helped distribute those shots much further over their armor and any internal parts that got exposed. So that made it much harder to actually damage anything.
So both players switching ships here with the very confusingly named something. And, you know, ship from Pine. And both players seem to be pretty content with their choices. One of our observers is not readied, though it isn't an issue yet. There we go. Okay, second match with Pine in the lead. So it's match point, I'm pretty sure. I think that's the term.
You are correct. So on the left we have another deck cannon ship.
With hooks to prevent players from getting out of rams, and rear large shields, which are somewhat rarely seen.
That's something you would never see in classic versions of Cosmoteer. It's interesting that it's a viable competitive option now. And on the other side, we have what looks to be a rather basic ion barge. Well, you say basic, but
Those ships
very
are
intricately
still
set up.
very scary, though. It's a brutal simplicity, if you will. So here we're gonna see Pine doesn't want to get within range of the deck guns and wants to just like continue flying around, and the deck guns will have their weakness shown of they have a huge difficulty firing at further away targets that they aren't ramming.
Yeah, another reason he might want to stay away is the ramming hooks on Nuzmus's ship. Is that how you pronounce that?
I would say it, Nuzmus.
Yeah. If he gets into a ram there, he won't be able to really maneuver very well. He won't be able to aim, whereas his opponent doesn't really need to aim.
Yeah, Pine has a spinal laser, which means he has to turn his entire ship if he wants to aim. Nuzmus has turrets, so he can be anywhere he wants and shoot wherever he wants. The asteroid playing a part, making it so Pine couldn't effectively kite and stay out of range, which was working previously for.
And you can kind of see the advantage of the ramming hooks there. It doesn't help that Pinecone's ship has a very flat front. He can't turn without a lot of resistance.
Yeah. So, an interaction, since the large shields and deck cannons are new parts, is the large shields are kind of bad against deck cannons, like they'll just go through them, and then the shields will be vulnerable. Asteroid making it... Ooh, that's an awful position for Pine.
Now, I don't believe that deck cannons always go through large shields. Shields have I believe it's a hidden mechanic where the lower the shield's health is, the less resistant to penetration it is. So if you have a full strength shield, it can like easily block a railgun, for instance. But if you take that same shield and put it at like 10% power, the railgun could go straight through, even if it doesn't actually destroy the shield.
Oh, that's very scary. The cannon shots making their way towards the reactor and barely missing.
Yeah.
So Pine lost. If any cannon shots go in that general direction, all of his weapons and ship are shut offline. So he has to very carefully stay out of range. And
So far, Pinecone has done a really good job of piloting. They've, you can see they're, well, for the most part, they're showing their undamaged side, trying to distribute as much damage as possible over their armor, their shields. But it's still hard to do anything about having that big of a hole in your ship. So this is probably game. Yeah.
Your entire face is just gone. Yes, it's somewhat difficult, and his crew left the control room, which is a common issue. So, kind of unfortunate. And we're 1-1.
I believe actually he forfeited.
Well, does that make crew leave the control room? I'm not aware.
Yes, it does.
Ah. Fair enough, either way. and Pine seems to be content with their choice of the Ion ship. These are a pretty common ship type these days, as are the deck cannon rammers, as I would call them anyway.
In the names of their other two ships, I thought that they had a third ship named Sticking.
Yeah, I mean, they do have very strange ships. Very strange ship names. Which, good for them, I suppose.
Yeah.
Oh, just going with the same ships.
Find that a little surprising, but we'll see how it goes. It's rather unfortunate asteroid placement.
Asteroids are a new addition to Modern, and they are very difficult to move. So a problem that ships often have is you have all forward thrust, you get stuck on an asteroid. If that happens, you die. So Nuzmus is technically in a worse position here, because Pine has reverse thrust, and Nuzmus doesn't. So if he touches a rock, he's screwed. Pine is going to have issues, but won't, like, immediately die.
Give an idea of how much of an obstacle asteroids are. Regular armor has a weight of 6. Asteroids have a weight of 10. So asteroids are almost twice as heavy as armor. And of course they're much larger than any of the ships we'll be seeing here.
They're basically indestructible as well, so you can't, like, shoot your way through it either.
Yeah, they have a lot of health. Alright, so with these beginning few shots, Pinecone is doing a much better job of staying away, not letting themselves get kind of rammed on the... not the side, but...
Pine is also doing a much better job targeting, I'd say, because if you have a hole in the center, it's harder for the opponent ship to, like, protect, because you have to rotate more to prevent the enemy from shooting at it. And because if it detonates that reactor, his movement is going to be shot.
Yeah. Right there, though, he's kind of forced to turn because almost all of his shields were destroyed by one volley of deck cannons.
Yeah.
They just do so much burst damage.
And the armor in front was worn away, which is very important in protecting the shields from that burst, which they're naturally weak to.
For anyone that might not be aware of how shields work, we might have people watching that don't actually play Cosmoteer. Shields will stay up as long as they have enough power, and if they take damage, they just simply lose power. What that means is shields are very, very good against... Oh, that hurt.
It's not over yet, though.
Yeah. Still has functional weapons.
Pine only needs to shoot at the bridge, which is extremely exposed right now. And it'll be a bit of a fine shot, a difficult maneuver, but I maintain that it's possible.
Both ships are really struggling here. Pinecone obviously can't really take any significant hits, but Nuzmus's ship is has crippled thrust and is starting to run into ammo issues. I don't know if he's just firing his weapons too much.
Yeah, deck cannons are very ammo hungry, so you have to be somewhat thrifty, and if you, like, constantly have missing shots, then you're probably going to run out of ammo before you can actually kill your opponent.
Well, he still has ammo, it's just not being loaded fast enough.
Yeah, due to how his storages are based, ammo in the back will... like, the ammo in the front is used, so as the fight goes on, his ammo delivery is going to get worse and worse.
And that's probably gonna do it, yeah. Very close
Okay.
game. So congratulations to Nuzmus for continuing on with the tournament, and thank you Pinecone Appletree for participating. That was some very good piloting.
Yes. Thank you to all the participants for participating, of course. it's very cool to have you, even if it's unfortunate that you're eliminated in the first round.
And for anyone that does get eliminated in the first round, don't feel bad. Remember, half of all people that sign up are guaranteed to lose in the first round. There's no shame in it, especially if you draw an opponent that's really, really good.
So I have to remake the bracket because apparently somebody was missing from it. So give me a second. You guys can talk about whatever in the meantime.
In the last match, something to note is Pinecone almost got to the ammo box next to the control room, which blowing that up could cause even more damage to the control room.
Yeah, that one was really close. Being very familiar with both of those archetypes, it definitely could have gone in either direction depending on the choices that both pilots were making.
Yeah, it was like a second away from going the other direction.
Typically, if you're the Iron Barge, you want to use that reverse thrust a little bit more than what you saw Pine doing. You want to see them backing up and getting as much free damage as possible before that orbiter gets to you.
Or trying to manipulate the asteroids a little better.
That could have
Because
been helpful as well.
the lack of reverse thrust on the opponent.
Yep, if you can get him to trip on an asteroid, that's pretty much a free win.
It's very hard to get off because you need to use like side thrust vectoring, which is like 0 movement.
That being said, I'm not sure trying to skirt around the side of asteroids would have been a smart plan, because all the time they're using carefully maneuvering around asteroids is time not spent firing at the opponent.
Even if you can get off of asteroids too, you can still very much suffer if you get too close and stay on one of them. So it's a bit of a risky gambit for the slower type of ships.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so the next match is going to be Pyreus and Commandant. Can someone ping them in the Discord, please? And I can include the 17th player, which I missed. Sorry, Zachary. It wasn't intentional. I don't have anything against you. And we have a slightly worse looking bracket, but it is going to work. It's going to work out. Okay, so that's still not the right one. Is...
I believe it's pronounced Commandant, by the way.
Well, no one would know. How are you supposed to know that, though?
Well, you aren't. That's why I'm staying.
Okay, so this new bracket, you can see I edited it a little bit. So Pyreus and Commandant were moved down one, which is why they're fighting now. So the winner should stick around, because they are going to be facing off against Slowking next round. Okay, so I'm going to mute, as is Redstone, once match starts.
Alrighty. So now we're just waiting to see what they choose.
want to see an ultralight go at it soon. With give me Railinator might be that.
Just like the opening to a Yu-Gi-Oh match.
Yeah.
Pyreus is
The Rail fan versus
Some kind of spinner,
maybe a
maybe?
nuke spinner.
I don't know what that is.
It's hard to tell with the image quality, but that might be nukes. I hope not.
Well, interesting choice, since spinners typically are weak against rail fans.
Yeah. Look at the left. That was missile spinner. I was close.
That is a high explosive missile spinner.
With factories instead of storage.
Actually, I think those are stored. No, they are factories. Okay, all right. Well, that's what he's got on the left. And on the right, Commandant's going with a more traditional style railfan.
And it's got like a little bit of missile defense by having that angled armors outward. It's going to help fight the missiles.
Believe it or not, that makes it worse at fighting missiles. Spaced armor typically does less well against missiles because those missiles will they'll get farther penetration, and since they do AoE damage, they'll actually do more damage. But it will help if there are nukes on the board. Unfortunately, there are no nukes on the board.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that makes sense.
So now they are slowly, ponderously closing towards one another. Or at least Commandant is ponderously closing, and Pyreus is going somewhere else.
Something I noticed with a lot of ships in this meta is they'll have, like, on Railinator Commandant's ship, the front armor can be blown off using charges in case they need to go a lot faster to fight a faster opponent.
It helps with speed, and it also helps with general mobility, agility, and getting something off your face if it's latched onto you, like a deck gun ship.
That's actually, looking at it now, I can see that it can break off in 3 separate groups.
Yeah, that's
Not all
interesting.
one.
Yeah, you don't see that very often. All right, so Pyreus is trying to get some cover, and Commandant is just slowly, ponderously closing. Your average old school rail fan is not known for speed, so this may take a while. Railinator is traveling at a glorious 10 meters per second.
Also note that the rail fin has EMPs on it. They'll help against the shielding.
It may a bit. We'll see. I don't think it's going to make that much of a difference because I think the rails will go straight through one of those ports if it gets the opportunity.
Yeah. Yeah, it's 8 accelerators on the rails. That's 6 of those will cut pretty well.
Railinator's going a blistering 19 meters per second.
Also note he's turned his front shields off for the rails. An interesting strategy, but it actually makes sense because it's very unlikely those shields are going to get used.
I'm sure he has a reason. Typically, a rail fan has enough energy that that's not an issue. The maintaining of the shields is negligible compared to the refilling. So Commandant has wisely recognized that he has no reason to have to go mess with Pyreus right now. He can just sit in the middle of the map and wait for Pyreus to come to him if he has to. Which means the onus is on Pyreus.
One funny tactic I've seen people use is pushing an asteroid to the middle with them. These asteroids are a little bit big for Pyreus' fire engine power, but it can be done.
Might not be the most invigorating start to a match, but both players are demonstrating a fair level of patience, which can make the difference in a match like this. This kind of gameplay is always a little bit different than what you get in a standard pickup match because people are playing for keeps. And whatever you can come up with to win, you do.
I love the design choice on Pyreus to have a full circle around the rail. No, not, excuse me, around the spinner. That way it's a little harder to keep a ram on to stop
Yep.
rotation.
That's true. So Commandant's looking for a potential first round shot. This could be
Yeah, it's right.
devastating.
There we go.
It is.
All the way through.
Not only did it take out about a quarter of Pyreus' firepower, it also took out half of his thrusters. Quarter of his thrusters went out immediately. Another set is going to go out. Actually, that set might still keep going. Is that one? No, that one's still going to keep going. So he only lost a quarter of his thrusters. Pyreus is still not out of the game, though. He's firing off what he can.
The shield armor held up. There we go.
There went another half.
Railinator is going to be able to outrun him very well, so I'd put my money on Railinator right here.
Well, I think he's just gearing to win at this point. He just got one of the control rooms, which means Pyreus is most likely dead in the water right now. And he just split apart. The bright side, that means he has control back. But there's not a lot left to control, and there it is.
Good game.
Commandant takes it. That is a pretty good demonstration of why spinners typically don't enjoy fighting with rail fans.
The only ones that really stand a chance would be another rail spinner. So they don't get outranged.
Well, spinners' typical advantage is the ability to spread damage so evenly by spinning, and a rail fan's burst damage just mitigates all of that advantage.
I've seen some that are like completely like a block of armor that don't really have that matter too much, but I guess, yeah, generally that would be that way.
Right. Well, compare that to, fighting like an ion barge or something where the ion just has to pew pew everything and wear down a spinner evenly. It takes forever.
Oh yeah, unless they get a good orbit. Are they doing the same ships?
So far, I haven't seen a change. Looks like they might be going at it again. Surprising. You'd expect the Pyrus might be considering changing.
Yeah.
There it is.
What do we have? There's that looks like an ion to me.
I believe so. It's kind of hard to tell, but I believe that's an ion.
I can see it. It looks like it's actually part missile barge too.
Potentially, not sure. Looks like Commandant's happy to stick with what he's got, though.
Yeah, as if he manages to get along the side, it's gonna be over. Because ions, you shoot into their core and hit the ions and blow the whole thing like a chain with a rail. Last minute change. Oh, there we go.
Interesting. Not sure how to classify those. Guess we'll know when we get into it.
I kind of wanted to see that ion barge thing. Those are all missile, I guess, rammers, maybe? A little bit that Pyreus brought.
I'm gonna call them traps. Let's go with missile traps. That's the closest I could probably put that to.
Yeah, a lot of internal armor on those.
So you notice Commandant went ahead and shed a bunch of his front armor, thinking that he's gonna need the mobility more than he's gonna need that front armor. Because they're gonna try to flank him and get some shots into the right spot quick. But Commandant is already potentially one shot away from destroying one.
Is he gonna turn into a spinner?
He's gonna spin. Try to spread all that missile damage out as much as possible and mitigate the advantage of their flanking him. The downside is they don't really have the ability to focus fire much of anything at this point.
Well, they're kind of blocking each other a little bit. A lot of their missiles. That's the problem with having a swarm.
Well, on one hand, they're blocking each other. On the other hand, they're making it difficult for him to get any kind of a focus on any of them. If they were a little bit farther away, he'd be able to get all of his rails into the armor on one spot and potentially pop one.
Yeah, that's very true.
So they're hampering as much as they can while doing a little bit of damage.
That EMP factory actually got hit on the rail.
Yep, if they could get a few more shots in like that, that could do some serious harm.
I don't see eliminating any of the rails. Could get in the way of power to the rails.
Well, there goes one factory, but the ship is not incapacitated yet. They've already worn off a lot of armor on one side.
It was a very interesting fight.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yep, there's some critical damage.
One of the rails
almost
already going to be disabled because of missing the path to get power to the end of it.
Commandant almost lost a rail, but managed to not.
Whoa, there we go.
Oh, there goes one. That might be a second one.
Second one's damaged. It's very open on that side.
Ooh.
But once that last rail goes, it's going to be a bit toward another one goes down.
Well, that second ship is a hair away from dying unless it turns right now. Nope. Oh. It's still up. 2 rails are down. 4 to go. That first ship that lost its reactor has just about lost all of its power at this point, but it still has a few missiles left. It's impressive that it was able to continue to fight so long without its reactor.
That was very nice designing. I wonder how this asteroid's going to affect things because it's limiting missiles. We also almost have missiles falling down on one side.
Oh, there's some rear hits.
And one of the control rooms is damaged on the rail.
Oh, that means he lost control. And he is dead stick in the water right now. Looks like he got his control back.
Yeah, he
But
got
doesn't
that.
have much. Doesn't have much of any armor left. Meanwhile, there are still 2 functional ships.
One of the control rooms are actually out right now. Still moving though.
There went another reactor on one of those traps. But as we saw from the last one, they can continue to fight even without a reactor.
Oh, very damaged reactor on the rail. Oh, not about 60% damaged.
Oh,
With both control rooms at about half health.
it's like only 3 functional rails left. Commandant really needs to end this as quickly as he can, and doesn't quite have the firepower to do it. Meanwhile, that reactor almost went.
Oh.
One more missile. This is not looking good for Commandant. He might just get worn down.
There's another rail, and another one's almost out too. He got that other rail back up now.
Oh. Ship just separated.
This is
Only
so
2
close.
rails left.
Literally one hit on that reactor and it's out.
This is looking pretty good for Pyreus at this point. Just because he has 2 different ships at this point. Oh,
Just a sliver. There we go.
yep, there it
There
is.
went. That was close.
Interesting fight. All right, so that's 1-1 going to round 3.
Have we had 2 rounds set yet? I don't think so. I think everything's been at least somewhat close.
Well, that was right on the edge. Yeah, that went pretty well. Those little missile traps. That's what I'm going to go with for the time being. Those little missile traps were a lot tougher than what we were expecting.
We should probably do definitions of terms as you introduce them because a lot of people aren't going to know them.
Well, traps typically just means any kind of a ship that's job is to try to flank a ship with multiple in order to expose their sides, their rear to the enemy fire. So basically, they're called traps because they try to trap people inside of them where they can take advantage of their weaknesses.
And a rail fan is a rail that fans pretty much for anyone that it has all the rails focused on one spot. So as it turns, they fire and shoot at the same location to have much higher penetration and shoot through ships. Maybe it's better called a missile swarmer or something. Series.
Yeah, I'd still go with trap to answer your question, Saris. We've had missile traps for a long time. They still do all the trapping stuff. They just don't they don't have super focus fire, but they still take advantage of weaknesses the same way that a trap would. The only difference is they take longer. So I haven't seen any ships change. Wondering whether they're just going to do it like that again.
Nope. We're getting a change. That's an ion.
Interesting.
Looks like a pretty good one too. It can win a stare down compared to the one Pyrus had earlier.
Traditionally, ion orbiters are countered by traps. Let's see if that holds true.
Yeah. This is what I was saying. Lacrimosa that Pyrus is bringing in. If that's the island I was thinking about. If it is the ion bars that my eyes are trying to tell me, then it would do less on a stare down. A stare down being when two ions with shielding on the barrels and whatnot just line up the barrels and see who's got a better power setup and everything and better crew logistics. Oh, maybe I should
Pyreus
shut up.
thinking better of it.
Maybe I
Switching
should
back to
shut
what it
up.
was.
People, I mean, everyone's allowed to listen to the stream, I guess. I'll just be quiet for now.
Just waiting to see if Ceres is going to switch him back.
Probably looking through a pile of 1,000,000 ships right now.
Oh, I missed. Oh, I didn't see that. Sorry, everyone. I didn't see. Alright, there we go. Have your legionnaires.
Alrighty. Okay.
Kind of wanted to see the Lacrimosa.
So typically when you're running traps, you want to fight something like this ion orbiter because it has very weak side and rear armor. However, if it's fast enough that it can negate that weakness, it can turn things around on you. So let's see which way that goes.
It seems like it's a lot of forward ramming.
So Commandant has to, one at a time, scoop up each one of these ships and destroy it while protecting his sides and his rear from the missile fire that he's going to be taking at his sides and rear. And Pyreus' job is to just play evasively with whoever he's going after and punish him with the other two.
Note that Commandant has tractor beams, which could help spin these smaller and weaker ships around too.
You might be able to get. You might be able to get two of them. No, he's only going to get the one. Snare seeing he's going to be able to kill one fairly quickly, but he's going to take a lot of damage to the side and the rear while he's doing it. And he doesn't have much armor to stop that.
Very front ram focused. If he just disables it far away from the rest, like taking out the engines on one side.
He's not getting enough distance. They're continuing to punish. Because this little guy is not going down easy. And the longer it takes, you can already see his rear armor is falling off. He's already taken damage to one of his thrusters.
Now that the
One of his control rooms is about to go. One of his control rooms went. He's probably spinning.
One of the reactors already at half health.
He just shut off a bunch of stuff in order to get control back, but he already lost a reactor.
Oh, that's not looking good for him at all.
Still has a little bit of damage, but he's not going to be able to move much.
It was a bad matchup for him. I love the ship design though. Probably a ship with a chance of chasing down ultralights.
And GG. That was a pretty good example of getting counterpicked.
I wanted to see him just take out, like, if you take out one of the sets of engines on one of the traps, you could just walk off because it couldn't really get anywhere with one set. Now, Commandant's up against Slowking, right?
Yep, and that'll be
Commandant
the
just
next
lost.
caster.
What are you talking about?
No.
Yeah, no. Oh, wait, why'd the other guy leave then?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Pyrus, you're still up.
Get back here.
Alright, I can display the bracket. Change that. That's there. Okay, Slowking versus Pyreus.
I think this will be very interesting. But Slowking is the champion, so
Yes, Slowking is the previous champion. If there were more people, he would have gotten, or if there was less people, he would have gotten a pass to the higher bracket immediately. But fortunately, we had a perfect 16 bracket. Ish. We
I
had
thought we had-
17. We had 17.
yeah.
We had a 16 as in past tense.
Yeah.
Yes, this is off the redstone. And sorry.
Like Slowking is having some technical issues right now.
Bruh. Well, he left and is presumably restarting the game. There can be trouble connecting and such. I imagine having 5 players already in the game is going to be a little bit problematic for it.
Seems like there's occasional issues right now with clients having trouble connecting through Steam servers. But it should be resolved pretty quickly here.
Hmm. I could try making a new tournament game. Alright.
Shall we jump out?
Yep, I'm gonna host a new one. Same password. And can Slowking join? Nice, y'all joined at the same time. We're even alphabetically sorted now.
Um,
Alright, well, the general solution is to restart, so I guess I will close the game and do that.
Probably best if everyone restarts just to be safe.
Yeah, might have been a new update, which
I'll restart.
would be very unfortunate, but
No, it's not going to be an update thing. It's just some Steam server routing issue. I believe it's being worked on.
it'd be very unfortunate if the previous champion was denied entry. By the way, my name in-game is Apaguchi. That's a temporary thing. My name is actually Saris, so Apaguchi is Saris, same thing. There's no nickname system yet, to my great chagrin.
You can change your entire Steam account name, which is what I did.
Yeah, there's issues with that though, for different reasons.
Remember to unclose the game.
Well, it wouldn't be a tournament without some form of technical issues. Gonna be honest.
You gotta the game. We need to.
Ah. Alright, it's no longer closed. No longer closed.
I got it timed out now.
Yeah.
This ain't good.
Was I the one that was having the issue all along? I gotta
Well-
restart it again.
Uh,
Ember tournament. An old issue that I experienced in the past was the password was problematic, though that was for an entirely different game. So, I don't know if that applies here, but
Well, I'm timing out trying to join you now.
bruh, what am I supposed to do?
One of us can host. I just opened up a game if you want to try to join that.
Okie
Red
dokie.
joined it.
it worked for me.
Okay, so, there's gonna be a bit of an issue here. Can you name your game November tournament?
Sure can.
Okay, so I need to be the one that assigns ships and me only. So I'm not sure how that's gonna work.
Well, just nobody put in any ships other than Cyrus, and I'll set it up so you can.
And then those two should be observers. It's so funky. Why is that happening? This has never been an issue.
Fun. All right, asteroid density normal, starting distance short, and ring of death far, correct?
Yes. Time limit is 10. That appears to be entirely correct. Shrinking ring of death. Only host can assign teams. That's a setting I would turn on, but
It
victory.
doesn't matter for this, I don't think.
Let's check the victory condition. I think that might not be 100%.
Do you remember for sure what it is?
Well,
I
I'm
think it was
checking the document right now.
95.
It's
I'm not sure.
90%.
90%.
90%.
Done.
Well, I guess this is a solution.
It works. That ain't broke. I actually don't know this, but is 90% destruction calculated off of mass or like cost? I'd assume cost, right?
So the way that works is sections of a ship are either considered dead or alive. Like, I believe your basic criteria are like, has a control room, has a reactor, stuff like that. For the purposes of elimination mode, it's basically just how much is connected to a control room. Now,
Are they
You're-
measuring?
Go ahead.
Are they measuring like the weight of how does it count in percentage? Is it based off of weight, or I assume it not be weight because of armor would one side it very quickly.
Yeah, I believe it's based off of part count. It might be functional part count. I'm honestly not sure.
I should check that sometime because it might affect building strategy a little bit. Though I don't think it changed much.
The 90% destruction doesn't actually really come into play often.
Yeah.
It's mainly just there to prevent someone from like going and spawning a very, very small fighter and just running away with it the entire time to force like a tie. Well, not a tie, but
something super tiny that hides right behind someone until the circle closes in, and that kills both of them.
Are we ready for people to declare ships?
Not sure what they're
Believe
waiting
so, yes.
for.
We're waiting on you two.
You heard that right, YouTube viewers. We're waiting on you.
What, 58 people watching right now.
Pyreus locking in his Legionnaires.
If they work, they're good enough.
They've worked so far. Carol of the Bells for Slowking.
So we've seen like all of Pyrus' ships, but we haven't seen any of Slowking's yet. That looks like an avoider, right?
Looks like an avoider wall. Don't know what its armament is though.
It's hard to tell. My guess is lasers.
Probably.
That's very common.
To clarify, an avoider wall, walls is a arrangement where you have a bunch of weapons in a horizontal arrangement, usually lasers or cannons. And avoiders specifically have an interesting thrust arrangement where they are built to dodge around. And
Thanks, sir.
they are effective enough at this that they can sometimes effectively dodge missiles, and they spread damage across their front, which is composed entirely of shields.
I believe this one is Saracen Red, so I'm
Yes.
muting out.
All right.
Okay, so on the
Okay,
left we
so-
have the Legionnaires. We've seen them. They're glorious. We love them. And on the right we have the Carol of the Bells, Slowking's avoider wall. And it is quite wide. They don't often seem as wide as that. But it should be a very interesting match.
You can see already how quickly he's strafing.
Yeah, a common noticeable aspect of avoider walls is that they have equal speed in every direction, so they can strafe, reverse, forward, all just as easily as one another. The majority of ships thus far have been forward only, like Pyreus' ships are significantly more effective going forward. Avoider walls, or fast walls, or just walls, since this is mostly what walls are these days, can go in every direction very effectively and rotate very quickly.
Based on the agility of these walls, I think a lot of this match is going to come down to piloting.
Yes. Because Pyreus can just kind of sit there and launch missiles, and that's about all his options are. And Slowking can either tank them on his shields effectively, or he can lose thrusters. And once you lose thrusters, it's a very slippery slope, and you will lose the match very quickly. Surprisingly, losing weapons isn't usually as big of an issue because it doesn't destroy your movement systems.
Yeah, walls like this rely very, very much on their agility. Especially in a matchup like this where the wall has very short range in comparison to the opponents.
Reactor almost blown up. This is very scary for Slowking, where, as well as Pyreus. Pyreus has a limited amount of health that he has to like spread throughout his entire ship as he shoots, and hopes that Slowking takes sufficient damage to slow him down in the meantime.
I'm not entirely sure what caused that reactor to blow up, but
Missiles are coming in from the rear. There's no armor, there's only 2 crew quarters, so there's very minimal defenses.
yeah. That might actually be good for him short term because it'll remove weight and make him faster.
Yes. He's losing a ton of thrusters, like he lost most of his forward thrust, so he has to rely on strafe now to move around, and it's getting worse as we speak. So this is the weakness, is if you can't kill opponents, if you can't dodge, then suddenly your ship is very fragile and very difficult to work with. Like, his movement options are completely shot. You may have noticed, but like, he's no longer zipping around the area as he once was. And he's mentioning that he lost his control room, which is right there. So he no longer has control of his ship, which means it's time for Pyreus to probably try and do something fancy to the best of his abilities.
Yeah. This is honestly a close matchup on paper. Again, it comes down to how well the avoider can avoid. By investing so much into thrust and agility, you just completely forgo all defense on the sides and back.
It's worth noting that with effective piloting, you can tank a huge amount of damage across your small shields, because these walls typically have like a minimum of 24, and many are known to use way more than that. Like, the ship that is being used as the thumbnail has 30 shields, and 30 small shields is a ton of health.
Yeah. Ultralights like that are great at taking damage to the front, but very much not the sides or back. So they do tend to struggle against missile ships. Interesting pick.
To clarify, Slowking realized that he submitted the wrong version of a ship with messed up hotkeys, but it was too late to change. So you're probably gonna see him like running away as soon as the fight starts.
Well, as best you can in a ship like this.
Well, yeah.
So he is bringing kind of an experimental-ish spinner. It's instead of having thrusters in all directions and everything, or having an independent moving core, it only has thrusters that let it spin, and it moves by firing those thrusters at specific times in specific directions.
Yeah,
It's very cost efficient, but very, very difficult to pilot.
Yeah, to move back, you want to auto-fire these thrusters at the top when they're facing to the right, and then you auto-fire these because now they're the new ones facing, and then it goes on. Wow, Pyreus is really fast when he wants to be. Yes, Slowking's ship can split using this explosive charge, which will allow him to potentially flank targets. And railguns are very good at flanking targets because they deal such critical amounts of burst. So the other thing spinners are good for is spreading damage, because all of this armor has to be gone through. It's very difficult to like focus and breach the spinner in a specific location, especially with missiles. Like, rails are good at it, but that's about it. So Pyreus would need to win a massive DPS race, but as you can see, he's already mostly losing that.
So you can see Pyreus here getting very, very close to Slowking, and that's intentional. By getting so close, he's removing the ability for Slowking to focus fire his rails as well, and that'll allow more armor to get hit before anything important.
Yeah.
And as I say that, he's backing up. Commentator's curse.
A different note about Slowking's spinner is that with spinners, since there's so much health on the outer ring, you can take a ton of damage that's non-critical, as you can see, or non-relevant. As you can see here, Pyreus' ship has lost a ton of missiles. This ship has lost the engine room, which means the thrusters are going to be turning off. And as you just take damage, your ship gets worse. Spinners, in certain senses, get better because they can spin faster with less armor, which better increases the effective rotation and spreading of damage. So normally rails are super accurate, because of the spinning motion that Slowking is doing, it is having trouble focusing its main weapons as effectively. Like, it's still hitting on target, but normally railguns all hit the same target always.
Have we explained rail fanning yet? I don't think we have. Ooh, that was a nice hit.
You guys mind if I chime in on something really smart that Pyreus is doing right now?
Yes.
Go for it.
He realized that the number of accelerators that Slowking has on the majority of his firepower is not enough for him to be able to outrange him. So Pyreus moved over to maximum range and just decided to hang out and only have to deal with a couple rails per spin and just sit there outside of his range, peppering him. Anyway, I just wanted to point that out because that's really cool.
Yeah, that's a good piloting maneuver on Pyreus' part. As you can see from Slowking's ship, most of his rails only have 3 accelerators, and the 2 central ones have 7. So the 2 7 accelerator rails are going to have significantly more range.
With the recent changes to railgun accelerators, it's actually not much shorter range.
Well, it's enough that, like, Pyreus is still being effective in what he's doing.
So missiles have a range of 450, and with those accelerators, the shorter railguns actually have a range of 444. So it does outrange him, but not by much.
Yeah, I was noticing that, like, the shots were hitting the armor and then stopping in front of the reactor. So it was, like, at the very minimum of extra range. So, I think Slowking is doing the moving forward trick. No, he's moving backwards because he's auto-firing them to move away. So then these will turn off and those will turn on. Yeah. So it's theoretically a super good movement system. It's just extremely difficult to effectively utilize, which is why it's not as super often seen. And the armor shell is getting very thin in some places, which means that the limited amount of missiles Pyreus has could start dealing damage.
Yeah. It's worth noting that now that Slowking is moving his ship, he's firing fewer thrusters overall, which slows down his spinning a lot. That's making his railgun shots slower, but much, much more accurate.
Yeah. It also reduces his effectiveness of spreading damage, which is why there's kind of chunks of armor. Yeah, and Pyreus ran out of energy because his reactors were blown up. Usually that's a death sentence, but not for these rugged ships.
It's unusual seeing rugged ships in competitive play, but I think it's welcome.
Yeah, typically they're all
nice,
glass cannons. That was an excellent shot. And we're 1-1 now. So that was a lot closer than I thought it would be. To be honest, I thought Slowking was just gonna, like, very much break those ships. Because I fought that spinner and it sucks to fight. I'm not a fan of fighting those spinners.
Yeah, as hard as they are to pilot, when piloted well, they are a pain to fight against, because with the extra bit of budget from not using as many thrusters, you can fit so much extra armor on there. Really though, I'm very impressed with the durability of Pyreus' ships. They take way more damage than a ship that size should be able to.
Yeah, he's been spreading damage super effectively, like ridiculously effectively. He makes use of all the armor.
Right, so it looks like we're seeing a return of that other type of spinner from Pyreus. This is going to be an interesting fight.
I wouldn't necessarily call it a spinner, like it can spin, but like it doesn't have much benefit to doing so. And
It definitely it wouldn't want to spin very quickly because then you have troubles with missiles like hitting the side of your ship or targeting weirdly and stuff, but I think it does kind of have to spin to stay alive for very long, but I could be wrong, we'll see. You can see how much slower both types of these spinners are than most other ships.
well, they invest in defenses. Like this is one of the only ways that you can make tanking effective. Because like you have to just put like a stick of armor on the front that you can go around. When you do this, it makes it so the armor is non-negotiable and unavoidable. So Pyreus appears to be doing the same thing, ranging thing again, where he's trying to make it so he's not in range of the shorter rails, but can still fire his missiles.
I'm not sure he's going to be able to pull that range trick off, though. Ooh, that hurt.
And Pyreus
if he stays out of range of the shorter railguns, he's also going to be out of range of a lot of his own missiles.
Yeah. I think there could probably be, like, Slowking isn't moving, so there could probably be a sweet spot where he's firing missiles every time he rotates. But Slowking is not a fan of this concept and is actively moving towards him at a grand total of like 5 meters per second total.
You'd be surprised, those ships can make it up to like 10 or 20. Which is still laughable for most other archetypes. But
an entire 10 or 20.
It's faster than you would think. They can sneak up on you.
For reference, most competitive ships have like a minimum of 60 miles per hour, and even that is really pushing it. So to say like 20 miles per hour is fine, or a meter second, or whatever it is kind of silly. It's very funny.
Yeah, very few ships can even pull off 60. I'd say the average speed you'll see is like 90 meters a second as a baseline. This is one of the slower matchups you'll ever see. Looks like Pyreus is going to try to use his slightly superior agility to his advantage.
Yeah, one of the matches ever.
I fully agree with this. So, one interesting mechanic of missiles that doesn't apply to pretty much any other weapon is they can fire around obstacles like asteroids. Almost every other weapon will just fire in a straight line, but missiles, because they can home in an arc, will actually avoid asteroids and can kind of skirt around the sides of them to fire at opponents. So what Pyreus is doing here is getting a really, really big obstacle in between him and Slowking, so Slowking can't shoot at him, especially considering his agility. But if Slowking does try and get around the asteroid and get close enough to actually fire and stuff, Pyreus can start shooting at him first.
The issue is that, like, unless Pyreus somehow teleports the rock closer, Slowking is at the center of the ring, or the Ring of Death, the Rod, as it's called. And this will slowly kill your ship if you're outside of it, which hasn't come into play, but I think this might be the first time. So the issue is that Slowking is in the center, which means that Pyreus will start melting, unless he figures something out.
Speaking of melting, the damage taken in that first exchange started a lot of fires, and it looks like Pyreus did not bring enough fire extinguishers, so he's lost pretty much an entire fourth of his ship there.
Oh my, that is a quite large fire. It's been a tournament tradition that one match is always decided by fire. I don't think that this will be it, but it's It's very funny every time it happens.
Fire extinguishers save lives. And you need more than 2. So I think now would be a good time to explain rail fanning,
Ah, yes.
because
So with rails, normally they're spinal and hard to work with, but if you set them to hold target or fire at target, it makes it so they only fire when the rails line up with the target. And by doing this, you can rotate your ship back and forth, and then all the railguns will hit a given target. And he lost the control room, so he can't move anymore.
yeah, that was a very good shot by Slowking, though lucky. So at this point, Pyreus has to figure out what he wants to turn off if he wants to be able to move. It's worth noting that if you don't have enough command points, all of your weapons and shields and everything still function properly. You just can't move.
Yeah, which
So
is...
it might actually be advantageous under some circumstances to keep everything powered on and forgo being able to move because you could fire all your missiles or something. In this case, though, it's not going to matter because Slowking has gotten into range of his other railguns. Good game. Alright, so Slowking is going to advance, and Pyreus, unfortunately, will not, but very, very well played. Interesting designs, very, very durable, and good piloting.
Yes, very good piloting. Definitely one of the highlights, I think.
Yeah, people in this game make piloting look so easy, but there is so much to consider, like not only what you're trying to target, but you have to consider like where you want to move, how you're already moving, how your movement is going to affect your weapons. And that's just in a basic ship. There's just so much to micromanage at once.
Ooh. Both of these players already didn't even need to be pinged for them to join the match. So the Destroyer 98 is referred to as Zachary on the Discord, which is why the bracket says Zachary, even though it's, you know, the Destroyer 98. So that's the same person.
So Space Cat's a veteran who's been around for a long time. I'm not as familiar with Zachary, though. I don't know if they're a returning person or whether or not they're fairly new.
I believe they're returning.
They are definitely returning. They are a player that was part of the Fort Gustav clan or whatever, which many players might be familiar with, which was an old group back in the classic version of the game. Space Cat only has one ship loadout, so I can already do that. Yeah, Zachary is pretty good, I'd say. Pretty consistent, pretty strong, pretty scary. As is Space Cat, though they admitted as such that they were using show ships, so take that for what you will. Okay, Redstone and me will be muting.
All right, so it looks like Zach is bringing another example of a spinner, but this one is a spinner that has a separated core, which means it has a core in the center here that is going to be separate from the outer core, which allows it to direct the direction that it's turning and still be able to rotate. And Space Cat has a what looks like an ion orbiter, which is going to be wanting to get up close and personal, do some ramming. But he also has a little secondary ship here, which he'll be using for some fun flanking purposes if he gets the opportunity. Unfortunately, when you're fighting a spinner, there's not really much to flank, since it has good protection in every direction all the time.
Space Cat definitely has superior paint job in this matchup. Very beautiful.
A big part of the question is going to be whether or not Space Cat can ram hard enough to stop Zach from spinning. If he can do that, it'll be an easy win. If he can't, it'll be an uphill battle.
I wonder why Space Cat has only turned on like less than half of his ions, actually.
My expectation is that that's to conserve power. He's got a lot of ions run off of a limited amount of power there, so he might have it set up so that when he's in range, they'll come on automatically. Having half of them on gives you the ability to kind of use your ions to gauge your range without burning all your power.
And also get some crew moving.
Yep.
To help out the Alpha Strike not die down too much. Which tends to be a big issue with a lot of ions.
They are very power hungry. Space Cat does not have the kind of frontal defenses you really want to deal with that many rails. Zach opting to hang on the center. That's what I would do.
Actually, note that he has a triple core design. He's got 3 different pieces to his ship right now.
That's accurate. Good catch. So Space Cat still hanging out. Not sure what his plan is, but we'll know soon.
I think he's going in. He pretty much has to because Zachary can just wait there.
Yeah, doesn't look like he has much choice. He's coming in. First
Seems like
shots are imminent.
Leaving his flanker out of this.
Ooh, Slart shields are down, and there goes a reactor. Space Cat lost half his firepower, but he's still doing what he can. Trying to use his armor to block what he can. Yep, there goes the second reactor. He's lost his guns.
It at least looked nice.
Yep, there goes a control room. One more control room, and it's a dead stick. That is a dead ship. And now, there's a little one hiding behind an asteroid.
I want to see a good orbiter versus spinner matchup, just to have a demonstration at least.
We may still see one. It all comes down to whether or not the orbiter can stop the spin. Or at least slow it down enough to soak the damage. Alright, Space Cat's moving in his secondary ship.
He's using his first as cover.
Yep, good call.
Oh, that was a...
And there it is. GG. Well, for the second match, Space Cat said they've only got the one ship, so we'll see whether Zach wants to change. Looks like everybody's ready.
3 of the same thing. Or 2, actually. We have 71 viewers now. I'm going up as people wake up.
Alrighty, let's see if Space Cat has a better plan than last time. Unfortunately, with the way their frontal defenses are set up, they don't have a lot of choices.
Maybe they could shove their flanker ship into the front and use it as armor.
Well, if he can hit the spinner hard enough to stop it spin, he might have a chance, but he's got to tank a few shots first. And he's coming in. First shots are fired. Hit the shields right where he wants it. So to the second one.
Shields are already down.
Next one's gonna go through. Yep. There goes a reactor.
I'm showing a little bit of the orbiter tactic.
At this point he has to, because if he looks right at him, he's gonna lose his other reactor. And that shot went straight through the armor. There you go, he's pushing as hard as he can to try to stop the spin. He could still win this if he could stop the spin. But it doesn't look like he can. Nope. There goes his firepower.
He's still got
What was
a
that?
fully functioning ship.
Well, it can fly.
Try pushing the spinner out of the ring of death, maybe. Doubt it'll work, but
For the time being, Zach has opted to ignore. Now he's firing again.
probably having to change targets.
Alright, that's a dead ship. Now it's just the little one versus the big one again. Yeah, that's a pretty good example of how oppressive a spinner can be when it's built properly. And there's GG.
That spinner actually only has one accelerator for each rail, so some ships can outrange that. I believe Ions before the most recent update could have outranged that. Not sure though. Now they've been in range.
They were at 450.
Now they're down to 300.
Yep.
So if it weren't for the update, maybe there was a chance for a Space Cat to just sit far back and. Well, he didn't have good reverse thrust though.
What is Zerul doing here? Get out of here.
I don't think we have a password on this. Someone said that earlier. Space Cat, I believe.
I'll have a kick
Oh,
option.
yeah,
Can you
I
kick
didn't
this
put-
guy, Mr. Quiximo?
I can do that.
Yes, kick him. Remove him.
He
Okay.
could be our bouncer.
So the current bracket is Silas versus Air next, and Silas has already arrived.
There is now a password. It's same as before.
Very interesting matchup.
What is Air doing? Why is Air gone? Air. Okay, well, air has... I know the document said 2 minutes, but I'm gonna give them 5.
Air checked in, right?
They did. I'm not sure why people, like, go through the effort, like, submit ships, sign up for the tournament, check in for the tournament, and then they just don't appear. It doesn't make any sense.
Times nature calls.
I suppose we could just switch to a different matchup and put off air and Silas. Yeah, that seems like a good idea. We will do Zerul and Greedisher.
Just give them until the end of the bracket. Before.
Yeah. Ooh. And then Greedisher. What's their in-game name? In-game name is Greedisher as well. Apparently, the internet in the city was down. I'll show the bracket again to show where we are. In the top right, it's Salves versus Air. We're delaying that match because Air disappeared, and we're going to Zerul versus Greedisher. We will probably skip Rose versus Juno for the next match because Rose has yet to appear as well. And then we'll do Shade and Cellnear. Silnifor, I don't know. Late speak is weird. And supposedly Greedisher is joining the game, according to the messages on Discord. But I don't see they showed up. Why, hello there. So Greedisher is a new name. Haven't seen around. From the appearance of their ship, they seems like it seems as though they'll do decently.
Looks like
Yeah.
missiles, right?
I can't really tell.
It's difficult to tell.
Um,
Might be deck cannon, maybe?
which caster squad are we on now?
I believe it's you.
Works for me.
Because yeah, I just commented the spinner versus a space cat.
Yep, that's right.
I think it's because it was a quicker one that we got thrown off. So I guess that means I get out of here. Very interesting matchup, so have your fun.
Right, so on the left we have an ultralight ion prism ship. It's very interesting. It'll be fun to see. And on the right we have a mine layer with prism armor.
The reason you might do that is because prisms have infinite penetration resist or something, or just high enough that it's basically infinite.
Very
And,
high.
Yeah. And railguns deal damage by penetration. So so prisms will block like one rail round individually each.
In this case, though, having prisms is actually really, really bad for him, because if prisms explode while they're being powered, I phrased that wrong. If prisms are destroyed while they're being powered, they will explode depending on how much power they're redirecting. So if an enemy prism is hit by all of those ions at once, it'll explode quite violently, not only damaging the prism itself, but all of the armor next to it.
Which is kind of bad when your opponent is using ions that will like be targeted towards the prisms and then destroy them. Basically, it's a damage increase for Zerul. And Zerul is piloting this very smartly because mines, though scary, there's nothing you can do to really force opponents to go into them. So by not really moving, by just sticking around the center, he can just win. So unless he flies directly through that mine cloud, I don't expect him to even take damage.
Mines are a very hit or miss weapon. They're very difficult to use in any meaningful fashion. The only way you could ever get an opponent to run into them is either put mines in the entire center of the map or use tractor beams or something.
Probably
But-
ram them too, but as you can see, Zerul is far too fast for Greedisher to ever touch him.
Oh, I don't think that's intentional. That's gonna hurt.
Greedisher no longer has weapons, which is kind of important.
Yeah.
So unless one of these two mine clouds just teleports on top of Zerul, then probably I don't see much of a win for Greedisher here.
Greedisher could still try and ram him, push him into a minefield, but it is rather unlikely at this point.
Those two shields aren't going to hold up for long either.
You can see the explosion of those prisms is actually what took down the shields more than anything else. Good game. The general upside with mines is simply that they do ridiculous damage, and they do extra damage effectively to ships that are traveling quickly. Considering a lot of the competitive meta is related to speed, that can make them very effective if used properly, but they're generally best used as a support weapon rather than a main one. Looks like both players are changing ships. So it looks like Zerul is going to be using some sort of railgun ship, I think. A little hard to tell. Yes, pretty basic rail fan. It's using tractor beams and large shields.
It's a
And
little
on the-
bit strange in appearance. Generally, you have different setups with the armor and thrusters. The tractor beams are generally a good pair with rail guns because you can tilt an opponent, and while they're facing the wrong way, you can just shoot around their armor, which is also why there's only mostly forward thrust. You don't really need rear thrust. You just go towards an enemy and push their side away. The issue here is likely that Greedisher is going to be really resistant to it. how heavy they are and due to their side armor.
Yeah. Tractor beam rail fans are very, very powerful under certain circumstances. It depends on the weight of their opponent, their own speed, piloting, and to be honest, Zerul is kind of countered here.
Shape
They
can also
rely
matter as
on-
well.
Yeah. Even aside from the prism armor, which is really effective against railguns, Greedisher has a lot of electrobolters, which are destroying most of Zerul's defenses there. You can see that Greedisher is so heavy, tractor beams are pushing Zerul more than they are Greedisher. That being said, that was a very close shot to the core there.
Yeah, and if that reactor goes, I think both of the control rooms disappear.
Yeah.
So Zerul just needs a lucky shot. But Greedisher is dealing more and more damage, and the armor is going to start really wearing away soon. And the less rails you have, the harder time Zerul is going to have. He's doing a good job keeping Greedisher from getting a head-on ram, though. Because a head-on ram would be very bad.
I was mentioning earlier how difficult some of these ships are to pilot. Tractor beam railguns are a prime example of this. There's so much to worry about at all times.
Yeah,
He's doing an
orientation of
amazing
your
job
ship.
so far.
Orientation of your ship, if the tractor beams are pushing or pulling, if your rails are targeted, which rails are targeted where.
What tractor beams are targeted?
Yeah,
Targeted where is also a really big deal.
I think it would be safe to say like they're one of the most micro-intensive, which can account for some misplays that one might witness with TB railfans.
Yeah. So despite all of the damage Zerul has taken, they're still doing really well so far. They're shaving off a lot of Greedisher's front weapons. At this point, all they really have is deck cannons and a couple cannons on the front.
Despite the scary start, Zerul seems to be in a better position now, and the deck cannons seem to be primarily out of ammo.
Yeah, it does look like they're having ammo resupply issues, and the left ones are very much on fire. Ooh, that was very close.
As you can see, the prisms instantly degenerated the railgun rounds.
Zerul still needs to be really careful though. They don't have any shields left on the right side of their ship, and that leaves that reactor pretty much entirely exposed.
Yeah, and if the
Greedisher
reactor
gets a
goes,
lucky shot down there, that'll cripple their tractor beams and thrust, which is the last thing they want right now.
if a reactor goes, it just destroys the control room, or the bridge, which instantly wins the game for Greedisher.
Oh yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't think they have like any weapons left. Like they have the 3 deck cannons, but you know, those are very difficult to work with. And they'll have only one can shoot right now.
If the first couple matches taught me anything though, it's that deck cannons are not to be underestimated.
Yeah, Greedisher could still definitely win this. It's just seems kind of scary, since Zerul is still at mostly fine HP.
That last shot really hurt though. So I don't know if this is intentional or not, but setting your tractor beams to push there actually is helping Zerul turn. So you can use tractor beams not only to try and mess with the opponent's orientation, but also to assist your own. Oh, it looks
Greedisher
like
turned offline. Like the other one's on fire.
yeah, that other control room is on fire, and it looks like it killed one of the operators. I don't know if another one's available.
The prism saved Greedisher from dying there, but I don't think that they... Yeah.
Yeah.
More shots
Good game.
incoming.
Very, very close match.
Very cool match. Okay, so now we have Shade versus Cellnear.
Might be able to clear 100 viewers by the end of this stream.
I think we surpassed that a while ago.
We're at 76 right now. Maybe it was up earlier, but it's at least lower now.
There's Shade.
We heard anything from Air or Rose yet?
No, not that I've seen or heard. Which kind of frustrating. I mean, Air especially since they checked in. So I'm considering blacklisting them from the next tournament. I don't
Hey,
know
if
if
there's an open spot, could I just take it?
do you have ships? Question mark.
Not really, no. I have like one.
Wixamo has ships.
Ooh, that's a good point. I think that would be a little unfair, though, as Quiximo is a veteran player that has won multiple tournaments in the past.
Well, I've won one. I've
Well,
only played one, but I won it.
Oh, really? I
Yeah.
could have sworn you'd won more than one.
Nope, just the one.
I don't think that would be unfair. I mean, I'd rather have a 16 bracket than a 14 bracket because 2 people just failed to show up.
I'm willing to jump in.
Only if you
And
want
if
to.
it's better.
No, that's fine. I will.
Yeah, I'm fine if y'all want.
Okay,
Right,
so
So,
we'll still do Shade versus Cellnear, but if the both of them fail to show up, then I will change the bracket to include you two instead.
Sounds good.
This will be interesting.
I mean, I could also stand in. Like, I don't think that will go particularly well, but I could also stand in.
What if I had ships built?
I was actually kind of regretting not joining now that I'm feeling better.
What's up
Well,
with
then
Lee
now
Speak?
you're in.
I thought Lee Speak was like dead in 2000, like 22 years ago.
we live in a time where making dead jokes is funny again.
Ah, that's true. This is very true.
I'm not sure I want to even try and pronounce that.
I think it's German.
Yeah, looks to be German. To be honest, the names of ships we've seen so far have been relatively tame. There are some weird ship names out there.
We've got like a barge versus some kind of ram, it looks like, or at least it's got a good ram bar.
My guess is that is a prism wall.
Let's see in a second.
By the way, this is Quicks and that one KMC's casting.
That checks. All right, so on the left, we've got Shades running a orbital iron wall,
You were correct.
and on the right, Cellnear has a lot of missiles and a more traditional high explosive missile barge. Looks like he's foregone factories and just gone for as many missiles as possible. So he should have a very high alpha and not so good sustain.
He does have 2 EMPs as well.
And Captain Redstone hates his pain. Yep, so you see a whole heck of a lot of alpha coming out. And Unishade's doing his best to dodge. And he has dodged. Excuse me, he has dodged a lot of it. It's important because no one can take that much alpha on their shields.
Oh, he's got a good side ram. That's what I was worried about with the lack of thrust.
Well, he is, but his shields are about to fail. His shields are failing. And he's opted to break off and try to dodge a little bit. Let his shields regenerate if he can. And Cellnear is just pummeling him. And hoping that the pummel continues before he runs out of missiles. Alright, the onslaught is kicked back on. You're already noticing that Cellnear has a lot less firepower than he did when he started. But Innoshade is also missing part of his ship. Oh, looks like he might have lost control. Looks like that might have been a dead stick.
He's turned. Notice he just turned half of everything off. I believe he blew the ship in half as well to ditch the half that broke. Sadly, he didn't do that fast enough.
That's the way it goes.
It's very good counteracting the control room failure.
Yep, the alpha has to be respected.
Can you define alpha, by the way?
Alpha being the amount of, pretty much the amount of firepower you can throw out all at once to kill something very quickly is your alpha. If you've got 1 missile rack, that's your alpha. If you've got 20, that's your alpha.
The antonym kind of an alpha strike is sustained fire. Some ships will invest in a very, very large alpha strike, so within the first few shots they'll just fire a ridiculous amount of projectiles, but that's generally hard to resupply. Ships that invest mostly into sustain might not have the most impressive firepower ever, but that firepower will be very consistent.
Seems like we've got a 2-part spinner and maybe a nuke. I can't tell too well.
Yeah, it's some kind of spinner that Shade's got. And I think you're right that Cellnear is running some kind of nuke on the bottom half.
Nukes are, by the way, very common use of alpha. Sometimes people will have like a stick of just launchers and no refill.
It can kill something faster than just about anything in the game. It's a massive amount of damage. The hard part is getting it all to hit where you want it to. Alright, so that's a nuke spinner for Shade. Versus a nuke barge with a complement of deck guns. Interesting. So the downside, well, the upside is Shade has a lot of large shields that should be able to theoretically soak a lot of damage over time. But if they take too many nukes at once, those nukes will pass right through him.
He's not going to be able to dodge them very effectively.
There's not really any dodging. Well, there might be. It's actually quicker than I was expecting. He's hitting a good 50 meters per second on a spinner, which isn't too bad.
Right now, the outer core is going 80. He has 80 now, almost 90. That's pretty good.
Inner core just hit 90. Not bad. That's fast for a spinner, so he might actually be able to do some dodging. I stand corrected. This might be better for Shade than what we were thinking. That gives him the ability to dodge nukes, that gives him the ability to dodge deck gunfire. And we'll see whether or not he can get his nukes to connect. So now we're playing the spacing game, where it's up to Unishade to decide when to come in and how close he wants to get in order to start the engagement, because he has the speed advantage. Nukes
thing is-
launch.
Shade can't fire everything at once by any means. And there we go with dodging.
Not bad.
It would have been really terrible, but
Shade was able to dodge the nukes. He wasn't able to dodge the deck guns, but that's where his shields blocked it. So Shade was able to do some damage, and Cellnear so far hasn't been able to leave a mark.
one
It's
thing
rare. It's rare to watch a spinner dodging nukes.
Yeah. One thing Shade has is if he wants to fire all of his weapons, he needs to get a little too close to be dodging.
Well, I don't think he's going to.
It seems to be working just fine for him.
Yep. Just a piece at a time. Cellnear did not return fire that time. Decided he wasn't going to have a shot. Didn't want to waste the ammo. Cellnear's firing off a volley. Hoping to connect. Does not connect. Meanwhile, slow, steady. Just nuke after nuke. Taking pieces off.
Definitely going to be a little bit of a drawn-out fight unless something connects big.
Oh, there might be a big connection here.
That's close, but the Cellnear has the wrong side loaded.
Well, Cellnear might have had a chance to connect, but did not fire. Fortunately for Cellnear, he's got some shields, which is helping him to soak some of this periodic damage without taking too much lasting damage. Oh, this is going to be a big one.
It's going to hit. No!
Ooh.
That did not hit.
That was quite the dodge.
It did. That is showing a little bit of speed meta there with the ultralight spinner.
Speed is life.
That took out some of the nukes as well. This is a very,
Usual to get outpaced by a spinner.
very piloting based matchup, especially with the cord spinner. Not lose control of that.
More fire exchanged. Cellnear got some dodges in.
Oh,
Not so much for the second part. Is that going to get the reactor?
nope.
Nope. It came close. Reactor damaged. Just cannot get anything to connect. Shade's just dancing around.
I'm surprised he isn't firing the deck cannons more. Maybe he doesn't have them set to a different click.
Well, in DC control, you can either set them to a click and fire them manually, or you can just let the AI control them, in which case they'll fire if they think they have a shot. You don't have to do anything.
looking like another miss.
Oh,
He's already lost
Yep.
half the nukes. Not half, excuse me. A quarter or third, more like.
yep, and a lot of armor. Right now, this is not looking too good for Cellnear. Although it really only takes one mistake from Meanershade's part to make this turn the other way real fast.
Once his spinner gets thrown off balance, driving it quickly is going to be very, very difficult.
Oh, there's a deck gun volley. Probably isn't going to go
Oh.
through. That might hit.
No,
Nope.
that's
Cleared
remarkable.
it again. At this point, Cellnear's running out of front armor.
Impressive speed for a spinner. Not something you
Very
see
much
often.
so.
But he's already through about 2/3 of his ammo, so he's got to watch out there. Broke off a piece of a Cellnear. Lost the front.
Okay, so at this point, Cellnear doesn't have much left in defenses in the front. So this may be over fairly soon now. Future though, we should make a point of not mentioning how much ammo anyone has at any given time though, because we can see it and they can't.
Oh yeah, my bad.
Alrighty. Go to the next exchange. Nukes continue to miss. Deck guns
Still
continue
nothing
to be
back.
ablated.
Right now, there's only really 3, like 5 actual nukes on a Sylvaneer because one of them's blocked by the piece
Yep.
in front.
It's mostly just deck guns at this point.
Got a connection there.
Yep.
Left a
It's
gap
not
in the
gonna make
shield.
much difference.
There's a gap in the
There's
shield. Something
Yeah,
like
but there's nothing that can follow up on it.
Yeah, that's going to be filled up pretty quickly.
Just the slow, steady erosion of Cellnear's armor and stuff.
The circle's actually closing in quite a bit.
Yeah, this one's lasted a while. It's unusual for a nuke fight. Yep. Cellnear wasn't fast, but all that armor and all that shield makes it take a while.
Still got a lot of armor on him.
Yep.
Putting on the back. It's got a use of weaved wedges on the back.
Well, those deck guns still make Cellnear dangerous, so he still has to take his time. That's a lot of armor. Wow.
interesting hit. Clean the back off.
Yeah, this is typically why you don't see this kind of internal armor on most ships. Is, well, it takes a long time to kill them. The amount of resources and the amount of speed that you end up losing for it means you just die slower.
It's a very good demonstration of speed meta, but Cellnear is going to be picking up speed actually now that he's lost most of the armor.
Yep, still has the thrusters though. Definitely a little more agile. We saw them dodging some nukes already. And those deck guns are still dangerous.
Good dodges. Oh, no, that's a big hit. Lost the deck cannon right there. No, he didn't.
Yeah.
I thought he did. He still got it. Must have been an ammo box for the nukes. Wondering if ramming out of the circle is going to play a role here. In that case, Cellnear would have an advantage.
Well, you know, Shade's not spinning as much, and he's not firing as much either, which might be a problem.
Those guns don't seem to be reloading on. He's doing a better job at staying in the circle. If he can keep Cellnear out. This is going to be a ram battle, but Cellnear already spent time out of the circle, so he's already.
Well, those deck guns are capable of penetrating those shields if they don't keep spinning. As long as he keeps spinning, he can probably keep soaking. But if he gets stuck, those things will go right through after the second or third volley.
I think Intershade's going to have this because of the better timeout. He just needs to run away now. He should have more time.
The closer you are to that red dot, the less damage you take. So right now, Intershade's taking more damage than Cellnear is.
Oh, I forgot about that.
So this is where being light and quick might not be to your advantage. But being able to keep soaking, if he can keep soaking for long enough.
Cellnear definitely is taking more damage.
Oh yeah.
Thought he might have been able to. His chance was to ram Intershade out, but looks like he's missed that.
Yeah, this is the point where if Intershaid could fire another volley, it would be absolutely devastating. Given that Cellnear is taking so much damage from the rod now. One of those almost went through. That is what Intershaid doesn't want to happen. Cellnear's going for everything. He's trying to get through those shields. Still hasn't been able to. That was more volleys than I thought it would take. And Intershade's playing the rod.
Yeah, Cellnear's just about out. His reactor is about to blow.
Yep, his reactors are under 500.
200.
Intershade's got about double that.
100. Next tick, it's out.
Well, let's see what the RNG does. There it goes.
There's 1-1, right?
Yep.
Just wanted to explain real quick for anyone that might not be aware. As you may have noticed, the Ring of Death doesn't instantly destroy anything it touches. So it's a little confusing at first. Basically, the way it works is any ships outside of the Ring of Death take continuous damage depending on how far outside of it they are. So if you're just barely outside of the Ring of Death, it won't really do much. If you're really, really far outside of the Ring of Death, you'll be taking massive damage in seconds. So once the ring shrinks all the way down to 0 like that, the best place to be is on that little dot because you're taking the least amount of damage. It's also important to note that the damage is distributed evenly over parts, prioritizing the most damaged. So the entire ship will mostly have the same health throughout when it's taking damage from the ring, but if like a reactor's already damaged or something, it won't blow up first. In kind of a battle of attrition in the ring like that, it's less about how much damage you can do to your opponent as much as like how much damage the ring has done to them. The more damage you take from the ring, the harder it is to tank any shots you do get hit by. And of course, whoever takes the most amount of damage from the ring will explode first.
Seems like we're having a
These
real
days
fan
are great.
against. What is that? Some kind of
Demeter summer. It's like ocean mist.
Cellnear's bringing back out his trusty barge.
Alrighty. Alright, so on the left, Shade's got his what look like rail kites. Their job typically is to stay at max range and do damage without getting caught. Although, I don't think those are actually,
They
I
don't
don't
have
think those are full length. So he's got 2 of them, which increases his chances of getting good side shots and rear shots and whatnot. Downside is it's more micro and less focus fire from any given one.
it's 6 accelerators on the rail.
But if he's got the speed advantage,
Yeah.
at least those middle ones will probably be outside of 450. Actually, both of them, all of his weapons should outrange the missiles, which means he can.
Win like that. That
Well,
was
there you have it. GG. Well played.
yeah, that's over. That was faster than expected. I was worried about the rails not having
Yeah.
much side
Did-
defense.
Didn't even get time to say the loadouts.
That at least makes up for how long the last one was.
Right.
The dual rail kite's a wonderful setup because you can force a side shot at some point.
Mm-hmm. All right, what do we got up next?
We got well. It should be you actually, right? Unless someone else showed up.
Yeah, I don't think we ever got an error, did we?
I don't think we have error. Rose did show up though.
All right, so we can do Rose and Juno.
Yeah, there's Rose. Yeah, we got. Who was Air supposed to go against?
I believe it was Silas.
Yeah, that's right. There's someone that entered a missed check-in. No hair. Someone suggested that to fill in for air.
All right, we've got Juno and we've got Rose. Now we just need to do some ship selecting. That would be helpful. All right, Rose is going with Orion's Dawn.
And this one is for Saris and Captain Redstone to get to.
Yep.
Start.
Yep.
Affirmative.
Not entirely sure what type of ship Rose has there. It's hard to tell. It looks railgun based, but it doesn't look like a rail fan.
It might be because of large shields.
Looks to me like a rail fan with large shields and tractor beams.
Oh, it might be tractor beams, yeah.
Like the reason the front is open is the large shields. It's a very common. All right, well, I'm gonna go mute myself and head out.
All right. Good luck, participants.
Right, so Juno has picked a mono thrust wall. It's very wide, very, very fast, deceptively good at ramming you.
It also has large shields, which large shields are pretty decent against rails. Unfortunately, Juno is using a method where your operators are part of a different crew, like the operators for your guns. So currently they have to slow down and let their crew get back into their rooms, otherwise they won't have access to weapons. So Rose isn't taking advantage. But I guess this is a warning for the future. If you have operators that are on a separate ship, make sure to slow down for them.
This will be an interesting matchup because it seems like both of these ships have far more defense than offense.
Yeah, Juno's ship especially has like a super low amount of weapons, which is not par for the course with walls, such as this one. And Rose's ship appears to be primarily for kiting, which means agility is probably going to be a bigger defense than, you know, actual defense.
I don't think they're going to be able to actually do much kiting in this match, though, because you can see already just how ridiculously fast Juno's ship is.
Yeah,
Despite the tractor beams, it's already hitting 120. So Juno's game plan here is basically to just get as close as possible and tank a whole lot of damage with those shields and just outlast the opponent.
The low amount of weapons is really starting to bite Juno, though. Normally this would be already over, but due to the low amount of weapons, Juno can't really do anything here yet. Unfortunately, the electrobolters seem to have pierced shields and are setting all of the railguns offline. I don't think Rose's ship has adequate power supply for all of the necessary components. Like, ever since they started fighting, the forward reactors have been off.
Yeah, you can see they have 5 medium reactors. Generally, with competitive designs, you'll see like 2 large reactors in place of that. Small reactors is good for sectioning off parts of your ship, but that's not always a good idea, and it's cost ineffective.
Yeah, larger reactors are always going to be significantly more cost efficient. Oh, if Juno gets behind Rose, it's going to be very problematic. Oh,
Yeah,
man.
they could just fire straight at the control room.
That reactor's probably going to be turned off if it isn't destroyed. Rose breaking off the armor in a panic. It bought them a few more seconds, but I doubt it'll be too much end.
It might be. I mean, they were dead. That definitely helped.
They appear to be moving decently fast now, too.
Oh, Juno has a big problem. They've gotten that armor kind of hooked onto them, and because they only have forward thrust, it could be really hard to shake them off.
Or shake it off without, like, also exposing yourself, because if normally you, like, do a full spin, but you can't really do that if there's a rail fan nearby. And in the meantime, they're gonna lose, like, access to 5/6 of their weapons.
And their large shields don't work.
Yeah, large shields, they require dead space to project into, so if Rose, like, shot through them, right now it's only gonna be affected by the small shields. But the bad power delivery or supply due to reactor issues is really starting to bite Rose due to the low damage. So all the damage that Rose is doing is just being, like, completely regenerated by the shields.
Worth mentioning that even though it's less cost effective, having multiple small reactors in some circumstances can help with durability, and it's also generally much easier to set up. It looks like Juno's starting to shake off the last of that armor, or fire through it.
Ooh, if Rose clips the rock, it's gonna be bad. Yup.
That's bad.
That's a
Yeah.
massive loss of speed, and Rose is only alive through it. Oh, and if it gets too close, then the shields aren't going to be helping Rose anymore.
Yeah, and Juno's going to be doing massive damage now if he gets through the shields because of the damage both ships have taken from the ring.
The flag will be absolutely shredding the half-health blocks as well.
Oh, the control room operators. I guess one died to fire or something? Currently
that
Rose has
appears to
no
be it.
control over her ship. I think that's our obligatory loss from fire right there.
I don't know. Generally, the fire deaths are like the entire ship, or half of the entire ship was destroyed.
Pyrus lost a good chunk of his ship to fire.
Yeah, like an entire fourth of it, I think. Though I don't think he lost due to the fire, which is a very important aspect of it.
Again, fire extinguishers save lives. It's a good tip in real life too. Right, so looks like both players are ready.
Rose opting to switch out to a more traditional rail kite, where you spend the entire game backing up to maintain range. Juno, like, clearly blitzed out and was capable of ending the match early, or closing the distance early. But the operator crew are still in a separate compartment, so if Rose really ought to, like, try and move towards Juno. Like, they can't even fire back right now. Yeah, Rose needs to counter blitz Juno, since Juno has such a long startup time. Like, we can watch all the crew slowly fly out from this room. Like, if any of these crew are missing, then there'll be huge hindrances in Juno's ship's effectiveness.
I have to admit, I'm a little confused by Rose's pick, because the entire point of a rail kite is to outrange the opponent, to be faster than them, stay out of range, etc. But this is one of the fastest walls in the competitive scene from Juno there. I think Rose is banking on the fact that they're faster, and I'm not sure they will be. That's gonna hurt
It
though.
looks like it's working to me, Redstone. Juno still has limited working capacity. Like, even if their crew are still in, they still have yet to get to their rooms.
There goes an entire third of the ship. And to
Yeah,
be clear,
so-
that was not because of kiting, Saris.
Well, yeah, but it's still very important.
Yeah.
This ship is significantly better built. It has better power supply, despite using small reactors, and isn't wasting money on armor tractor beams. So it'll have a lot more firepower if the rails turn back on.
It does look like the railguns do have sustain issues, though.
Well, fortunately, the thrusters don't, so Rose can get out of range, hide behind a rock maybe. And while the rails turn back on, Juno can't do any damage in return.
I don't know, the thrusters might actually be very slowly falling behind on power. Not
And
sure it'll make a significant difference, but
worth noting that Juno didn't get the crew for 2 of their engine rooms, which means that a huge portion of their thrust is going to be turning off. And they got stuck on a rock. Oh no.
yeah, they've made a pretty significant piloting mistake there. I'm
If
not
Rose
actually sure how they're moving.
Vector thrust. Thrusters give a small amount of thrust in in the sideways directions. And
Yeah, but
they're still not off. Rose, yup.
ooh, that hurt.
Like I mentioned earlier, the all forward thrust is a huge liability with asteroids.
Yeah.
And it's just getting worse. That's
Yeah,
1 and
GG.
1.
I'm mainly wondering how the ship was moving with vector thrust when the vector thrust is so unbalanced.
Yeah. Okay, so that's the main reason why the separated operator crew isn't commonly used, is because it takes so blasted long to get turned on. And the tournament settings, starting distance short, makes it so that you can very easily be punished for that.
For anyone that isn't aware, vector thrust is yet another hidden mechanic with thrusters, where besides firing forwards, they'll actually have a small amount of power to the sides. At some point, they also had a small reverse thrust, but I think that was removed. Basically, it allows thrusters to kind of help you move sideways a little. It helps ships like that get unstuck.
Yeah, it gives maneuverability to everything, just for the sake of accessibility and convenience.
And reverse thrust was removed, yes.
Yeah. Otherwise, it'd be a lot easier to get off rocks.
Even then, it was extremely slow.
Yeah. Like, don't hit rocks. You're basically throwing. Okay, so
It is worth
Rose...
noting that a couple patches ago, using airlocks to get your operators over actually worked because your operators would start in their position and they wouldn't have to fly over. But that's been patched. It doesn't work anymore, as we saw.
Rose opting to keep the same ship. Juno going with a ion orbiter wall, maybe? That's might be how you define it, but it's a splitting wall that uses ions.
What a weird ship.
It's very curious. So,
Also a curious pick.
so despite how like thick the armor appears to be on these, the reactors are somewhat weakly defended. So I expect one of the reactors on these ships to be cut out by Rose. So Juno immediately has their ships be split up, which negates the point of having a splitting ship if only one of them engages at a time, and they can't really disengage because it's only forward thrust.
Oh, that hurt.
So Juno, like 3/4 of the way dead already, or 1/4 of the way dead already, and because of how the ship is balanced, they can't move forward anymore. Ooh, that's half dead. Excellent aiming by Rose. If they'd gone for the other one, it likely would have actually been tanked, so that's very good piloting on Rose's part.
Pretty impressive damage on the railguns too. I underestimated them.
Well, they are 8 accelerator rails times 6, so that's like the standard railfan armament.
Oh, you know what it is? So what's happening is Juno's ship does not utilize a lot of armor 1x2s. So when Rose is getting those diagonal shots in, they're not hitting nearly as many pieces of armor as they normally would.
Oof. Juno isn't using armor weaving. This is very sad. Yeah, so like right here on the stream, it could have potentially hit in like 4 armor tiles there. But Juno cuts out the control room with great precision and force.
Good game.
I was trying so hard not to say anything about it when I noticed that.
Oh, the armor 1x1s?
Yeah, that was gonna go right through it like butter when he did it.
Yeah.
Very unfortunate. I don't mean to plug myself, but I also made a video that you can check out that covers armor weaving. It's kind of important, kind of useful.
Yeah. And
You may want to rail fanning too.
yeah, even if you don't have like thick enough armor to do actual weaving, substituting 1x1s for 1x2s can still make a massive difference, and that match was a prime example.
Yeah. I expect that Juno, well, I don't necessarily know if Juno would have like gotten any further or actually dealt damage, but they would have survived like more than the 4 volley minimum.
Yeah, I definitely think they'll be fixing that.
Okay,
Alright,
so
now we have
a member failed to show up, that being Air. So the current issue is there's a missing slot in the bracket, and Quix says that he has ships. So, I mean, I don't see anything. Well, no. You're starting at a base level seed, so you're not getting any advantage by starting now. Of course you don't think it's fair. You're the one going up against him. Shut up. Arguably, it's more fair than you getting a free pass because someone else failed to show up. And he was thinking of he was thinking of joining the entire time and already has a ship lineup. I don't know. What are your thoughts, Redstone? Your commonly good, balanced point of view?
I'm kind of split. I think if it were just some other player that wanted to join, that would be one thing. But like I mentioned, Quiximo is a very, very good, experienced player. So I don't know. That kind of muddies it a little.
Hmm.
That's fair. I'm good with whatever. If Celebs really would prefer that I don't join, then I won't join.
Technically, in the rules, it wouldn't be having you join, so I think it'd be up to Selfiz on if you should join.
Well, Salif's already made it kind of clear that they don't want to face Quicksilver.
Yep.
But they face me. I have no good ships. Coming with a block of armor with a control room in the middle.
I guess this is a testament to why you should sign up if you're interested in signing up and participating. Because that's how you get to participate.
Yep, no worries.
Okay, so Zerul now. Salif, you can stay here. Zerul, up again. Air will be blacklisted from the next tournament for signing up, making themselves known, by checking in, and then just not appearing. Like, what's up with that? At the very least, you can give a heads up. Kind of not a fan. Okay, so displaying the new bracket now. We're doing Salves versus Zerul. First off, because Salves is already here. And we're down to 8 players anyways.
They both have rail fans. Rails are a very popular weapon. All right, this is Quicksimo and I.
Yep. We've got a very heavily armed rail kite versus a, believe it or not, less armed rail fan that has tractor beams.
Also, shorter rails. That's 5 accelerators on the rail fan.
Yep.
Versus 8s on the kite.
Even though Celeste is the rail kite in this situation, I think he might actually have better front armament as well. So he might actually have more firepower and more defenses in this case, putting Zerul at a distinct disadvantage. He doesn't have the speed, he doesn't have the firepower, and he doesn't have the defenses to go head to head. Not without something lucky happening.
Yeah, and those shields on a Selfiz are probably going to maintain decently.
Well, Zerul has a plan.
Oh, I have a feeling I know what plan this is. An 8-minute plan.
Well, cue the music. Looks like we're going to be a minute.
It's worth mentioning that this is the proper tactic by Zero. It negates the range advantage and stalls for time, which Salif kind of relies upon being a kite. And if you remove the range advantage as well as the time advantage, or distance advantage that Salif can take advantage of, it puts them back in a more equal, if not worse, position.
He's moved asteroids instead of circling around the same one. I really want to see how the tractor beams come into play. 4 is nothing to play with, nothing to not look at.
I don't expect that they'll make much of a difference in this match. If anything, they're kind of holding Zero back because they're a big part of the reason why he doesn't have the firepower or the defenses that Celeste has.
Silas almost got a good hit through the asteroid.
Yeah, he put some marks on him. Scratch the paint. Just back out there with the one rail. Fortunately, Zero can't return fire because he doesn't have the range. Set him up to lose. That's half of his firepower right there. And he's stuck on the rock. Yep.
Jerome's out. That was a rather decisive battle. Let's see if we'll get any interesting changes. Ship.
Alright, so Zero switches over to Stand Proud. Looks like Celeste is sticking with Slice of Life. He's thinking. Hasn't locked in. Oh, switching to Kebab.
Staring at it very closely with his eyes to see what's there.
That's his TB rail. Versus the wall. Alright, so Celeste's coming in hot with his TV rail. We'll see whether or not he starts firing or if he goes straight for a flip. Looks like he might be going for a flip. Earl, on the other hand, is going to try to bore straight through his front armor.
It's interesting to see that Ion, I guess, not an avoider. Normally I see those as avoiders.
Yeah, you could classify it as an avoider. So, Celeste did manage to get a shot through the large shields. He almost ended it just then. Woof! And there it was.
Almost took out 3 reactors at once.
Took out enough.
Well, that's it for Self as he won both matches.
Right, so now we have Rose and Shade.
Rose arrived already.
Shade.
Why are they gonna ask for ships or not?
No, it seems like people are waiting for us to ask if they want to ask for ships.
I mean,
Assign them starter ships. Model Ls.
If we're going to be assigning them starter ships, we can do something much sillier than Model Ls. Alright, so Shade has his railgun traps that we saw earlier. And Rose looks to have picked a pretty basic laser-based avoider wall.
not to say basic is bad.
No, I mean, walls are simple but effective.
I think most of the best ships are, but I digress. Quick Smo, we're waiting on you to start the game.
Game started.
All right. It's Saris and Captain Redstone.
Oh, you know what? I think Shade's right. That might actually be prisms. Could be wrong.
Yeah,
Yep, it is.
He's ions.
Nice catch.
I must admit, I'm somewhat skeptical of Rose's choice here, given that, like, any angle besides exclusively forward shreds Rose's ship.
It depends on how well they maneuver, because that shielding absolutely can tank a volley from one of those traps, maybe even both at once. And ions will be really good at taking down smaller ships solo. But because of how undefended the rest of the ship is, Rose can't let Shade get to the side or back at all. A single shot will doom them.
Yeah. I definitely feel like it's Shade's matches to lose. Shade's match to lose.
I don't know. Especially if that happens.
Well, not anymore.
Yeah. Even though on paper Shade would have the advantage, Rose's ship is so much faster that Shade would have a lot of trouble actually getting to the side in any fashion.
It doesn't help that, Shade seemed to be calculating what to do in the opening seconds of the match, whereas Rose was already maneuvering to put the traps in between one another.
Yeah. Good game. So it looks like Shade is going to be switching to a different ship. And so is Rose.
Rematch would be kind of cool. Oh well.
Well, it'd be cool, but I think Shade's ship would have the advantage there. It's being monothrust, it has a little more budget for weapons.
Not necessarily all the time.
Well, the avoider thrust puts a lot of effort into strafe, and strafe would not help at all against a prism wall because it's hit scan.
I suppose so, but the rotation time is pretty high. I could get into it more, but I digress. The match is happening. So Rose with the Railfan Kite that we saw obliterate Juno, and Shade with the Prism Wall that we watched get obliterated by Cellnear. Yeah, like even Shade is saying. Though I have to wonder why Rose swapped out of it if it won then.
It's still a scary battle.
Yeah.
So, one thing that has been on a lot of Ion ships so far that hasn't been mentioned is almost all of these Ion ships have EMPs, and that's for a good reason. Ions are really, really bad against shields because Ions do damage over time, and shields are really, really good at being supplied against damage over time. They struggle against burst damage, which Ions can't do.
Yeah.
So EMPs are often used in place to take down shields.
Shade seems to be having difficulty with the rock. There we go. They cleared it. So Shade would presumably want to position themselves behind the asteroid for the time being until they can figure it out. But due to their thrust arrangement, it's very difficult for them to maneuver appropriately to avoid Rose's snipes.
You can see though just how thickly shielded that ship is from Shade. Being able to tank 6 railgun shots head on is nothing to scoff at. That could be bad.
Fortunately, Rose didn't retarget, but Shade is in a significantly worse position. Oh, come on, come on.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt.
A thing you can do there is if you hotkey your rails individually or in 2 groups, you can snipe multiple targets. So theoretically, Shade could have lost 2 modules there. Like, it probably won't matter, but you can completely kill someone in those 2 volleys instead of just relatively slowly.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
Good game.
Yes. Unfortunate, but another good example of why rocks are to be respected.
The rocks claim another victim.
I think it's a new tradition to replace fire extinguishers.
Just for anyone like watching the VOD, it's worth noting that in that situation, Pyrus was talking about splitting up railgun targets. They could have theoretically won in one volley by targeting both control rooms at once. Reactors don't actually count towards quote-unquote health in elimination, so it might not be as fancy of an explosion, but it would take them out immediately.
It's about principle, Redstone. Why would you go for control rooms when you can go for the flashy green explosions?
As the flashy green explosions might give your opponent a chance to recover. Not that I
Arguably,
think there is much recovering from that scenario, to be clear.
I think in the past it's been the case that it's like you want to go for reactors because it's guaranteed damage and loss in functionality. But in Classic, if you lost like a single of 4 CRs or whatever, it didn't matter.
I think the main difference in Classic, at least with the railgun specifically, is that there wasn't such a thing as a medium or large control room. So hitting control rooms with railguns or even some other weapons is far less consistent than hitting reactors. Because there's such a small target.
I suppose that's also fair. I think it's
so
that one KMC's and
Look at the rail
Quicksilver's turn.
matchup.
Alright, so we're going to switch over to KMC and Quicks.
Alrighty.
Alrighty. It's like we're gonna have ourselves a rail battle.
First thing I like to do is compare sizes.
Whoa now. Whoa.
Yikes.
Wait till we're in the game. That is a lot of rails there on one shot on the left there.
There is no regeneration.
I don't think I've seen an alpha that big in a while.
It's gonna be interesting.
It
Alpha
has
strike.
13 rails with 8 accelerators each. That wins for alpha strike capability. Not a whole lot of armor though.
Well, I mean, you're only
So-
firing like 3 times.
Yeah, something tells me this is gonna be over quick. It is an impressive amount of firepower that should be respected.
Wonder if if he has his weapons grouped to be a target multiple things at once with a fan that big.
I honestly wouldn't. I just aim for the squishiest part and try to put them all through it. It is possible that this is gonna go real well for one shot. And it is likely that it won't. But let's see how it goes.
Interesting that he has reverse thrust.
Yep.
Not much rotational. I mean, I can rotate off the reversed.
Well, in some cases, it'd give him the opportunity to shoot more than once. So we're coming up on it. Inching closer and closer.
Do you remember how many shots a basic accelerator has before it needs more energy?
I don't.
Or
All right, that's what I was guessing at.
So that's what he gets.
Tanking all 4 is going to be really hard.
It's entirely doable. That's a pretty solid front. You're getting close. Anytime. Getting ready to do their initial fan.
If he gets good fans on him, like he's not going to be able to shoot every gun 4 times. A lot of them are going to die in that first fan.
Possibly.
Even his reactor's not that well defended.
Well, he's using 2x1 armor, so there's a chance he could soak one or two volleys. First shot away. Soaked. Just right on the edge.
For some reason, he's not shooting.
It's because he's out of range. Nuzmus is aiming just for the outer edges. Oh, and he got one. So rather than try to fight him inside his range, Nuzmus has opted to fight him just outside of his max range and get little shots off where he can, thus depriving him of any fire at all.
Depriving me of watching it. I wanted to see that go.
Well, Nuzmus is continuing to just take little pieces out of little pieces. If you can keep that up, that's gonna be game. Oh, there's a volley.
That was barely, like, it couldn't even go deeper really because of the range.
Exactly, because it ran out of range before it could go any farther. It did a lot of damage, but actually it actually did do a little bit of critical damage. But
If it had the range, it could have taken out 2 of the rails. It's only 2 more shots left.
right. There goes another rail. This could be a good shot.
Very good choice to keep the range from Nuzmus.
Yep. Yeah, those hits hurt when they hit. Fortunately, only the one shot left. The stare down.
After that last shot, Farter could try tearing off and ramming to push out of the ring, but the oval shape of Nuzmus is going to be very resistant to that.
Yeah, I don't think Ram's gonna be possible if he ejects. He just doesn't have the armor to survive a fainted. He just must being very, very careful to stay out of max range. There goes another rail.
Now there aren't really enough rails to get a one-shot kill.
Nope. It is possible, but it's not likely at this point. There is another one.
And it shows the importance of patience.
Mm-hmm.
And Farter's chosen to ditch his rails. Wonder what he'll be doing now.
Good question. Nuzmus not taking any chances. He knows that even though he's separated, those rails could still kill him if he's not paying attention. Well, Forder's options are limited. Has no firepower left. Has practically no defenses. Probably won't be able to survive more than one hit. And doesn't really have any way to take the middle.
You could shove an asteroid over there.
Hmm.
It's got the engine power for it.
Unfortunately, rails can pin asteroids.
Yeah.
Still hasn't been fixed.
Don't believe so.
Or shove his corpse.
Well, it looks like he's trying to rejoin. Get a fan off that way. Yep. Hopefully this isn't a DC. There we go.
Sadly, not enough.
Nope.
That was the last of it, I believe. Or no, there's one more. There's one more shot.
I think they're out of power.
I think he honestly would have stood a chance if he did that sooner.
Hard to say. Nope, he did get another shot off.
Well, they couldn't have focused fire then because they wouldn't have had a control room, but would have at least got it closer.
Yep, there goes the last
There it
one.
is.
That's GG.
That's interesting and unusual.
Alright, what do we got? Missiles H20 for Forder.
Quick ship change.
Remember that one?
Before.
And Fidelitas for Nuzmus.
I think this will be a very exciting matchup.
Iron Orbiter versus Missile Orbiter. Historically, it's not a good matchup for the Iron Orbiter, but missiles have changed a lot since then, so it is significantly more likely for the Iron Orbiter to stand a chance.
That's a
I'm sorry, that's not an Iron Orbiter, that's a deck gun.
I was confused for a second.
Yeah. Just lost my mind for a minute there. Well, this deck gun has some side PD, so that could make enough of a difference, and some rear shielding as well.
We saw
So
this.
that's
Didn't earlier we see a very similar matchup against Fodder's ship? I believe that he fought another deck cannon earlier.
They did fight another deck cannon. This one looks like it's got a little bit better defenses when it comes to missiles, though. We'll see if it makes enough of a difference. Should have more loiter time and the ability to go straight through the front, which is typically what deck guns do. You can try to flank, but, you know, oftentimes it's a waste of time versus just going right through.
He has the rear shields and a much more reactor armor at the back. Protect against missiles.
PD is particularly useful on the sides there for cutting down. But some of those missiles are getting through.
Yeah, that's a big alpha strike coming in.
Just lost some PD. But it's extending his lifetime. A lot more than it would have otherwise. So the question is, can he drill through the armor? Or do the missiles take out his rear?
Making some distance. Just worried about that control room.
Yeah, that control room is right on the rear reactor, so if it goes, that's it.
Also, he's having trouble sustaining his deck cannons. Something you rarely see sustained well.
Well, it's very, very difficult to get deck cannons having full sustain. It's usually not worth doing.
Yeah, costs like up to around like at least 50,000 credits.
Yeah, it costs more money than the deck gun to make the deck gun fully viably used.
That rear reactor armor is definitely coming into play.
Yes, it is. Oof, oof, oof.
Very close.
One good volley or one set of missiles. Either one. It could go to either one. A little bit of rear armor saving the day.
Oh, it's getting very close in that reactor at the back.
Reactor's taking damage.
There's a direct hit. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
there it is. Just couldn't quite get through with deck guns. Does seem like they might have had a little bit of a logistical issue there, right at the end. Seemed like they didn't fire as much as what we've seen them fire in the past.
Yeah, they don't. I don't think he has as many crew on them as a lot of people put. Second time Fodders beat a ship that looked very similar.
All right, so we're going into the third match.
Like we have returning ships on both sides.
Mm-hmm. So Railfan, Missile Orbiter.
It's like a mini tournament inside of a tournament between their ships.
I would normally expect Forder to have the advantage in this case because he has a ton of front armor. He's a missile orbiter, so he can ram, and Nuzmus doesn't have any way to shoot at anything other than what's presented to him. But let's see if I'm right.
He does have decent side armor, so that could get. I don't know. Depends on how good.
Not enough for that many missiles.
Yeah.
Nuzmus is opting to back up to try to give him a couple extra shots before Forder gets to him. The closer Forder is, the more advantageous it is for Forder because it makes it harder for Nuzmus to get all of his shots in the same place. He just has to be careful that he doesn't get his nose knocked out of the way when Nuzmus fans, because a side shot could end him.
Also, getting closer allows missiles to get around the sides, which is going to be very important for him.
Forder took the first volley straight down the middle, which was not ideal. Because the second volley went right there.
Or sink.
As if you're DC, you're ready to push and go back into DC mode.
You should probably pause it after the game starts.
I do not have pause enabled.
Well, that's dumb.
Forder's disconnected.
There you go. Oh, yep, he
They
did.
probably had a network spike or something.
Well, we'll let him rejoin. Same ships.
All right, well, that's the one. Yep.
Assuming that wasn't an Alt F4 or something.
Well, why would that be an Alt F4? He wins from there.
He had a railgun volley going straight to his reactor.
He still had like 6 shields protecting it, though.
Yeah. By no means am I accusing him. I'm just saying.
I could see the resemblance, but it doesn't make any sense to have taken place there of all places.
Yeah. Right, so our policy is if someone disconnects, they can rejoin. If they disconnect again, they can rejoin. If they disconnect a third time, they're out. So we'll wait for Porter to... No, I'm not accusing anyone.
Expect the start of this match to pretty much go the same.
Alrighty, so
Oh, there's an asteroid in the middle this time. That's gonna be to Nuzmus' disadvantage.
alright, so Forder is moving straight up. Looking about like a repeat of the last time. Nuzmus is backpedaling to get another shot.
Span right down the middle.
Yep, just like last time, which is again not ideal.
Like that one was a little sharper than last time.
Yeah, you typically want to try to prevent successive shots from hitting the same spot or spread it when you get hit. Like that. That was a much better soak the second time. So, Forder has to be careful about taking shots down the middle, but he does have some shields. Two of those shields just went down.
And only 2 more blocking the reactor. The others are a little bit far from that.
Yep, he's just gotta wait for it to recharge a bit. And let the missiles do what the missiles do.
He's gonna be able to change when some of the armor's getting hit.
Well, ideally, as a missile orbiter, you want to stick to the same side. But, he ended up switching to the other side.
Nuzmus overturning actually helps him a little bit because it's taking a lot of the missiles to his front.
Yep, that could be on purpose. So now this is the situation that Nuzmus does not want to be in, because he's going to take heavy damage on his sides, and he cannot focus through anymore.
His last
His
volley,
reactors, yep, there it goes.
his last volley all hit inside his barrel because he was trying to-
GG. Yep, that's a pretty good example of why the missile orbiter is usually favored in that match.
I was about to say who was coming up next, but I think that's plain. Is this our fourth quarterfinal match or third?
Fourth.
Fourth, right?
After this, it's the semifinals and then the finals, and the finals will be a best of 5.
Time flies.
Yeah, it's been 4 hours.
Hey, pretty soon here, my wake-up alarm is going to go off.
Will we get to hear it?
Depends on how loud it is. Right, so Zachary has picked his mobile spinner again.
That thing
See
is
what Slowking wants.
disgusting to fight, by the way.
Yeah, generally the tactic you want to use against spinners like that is to kind of cling onto them, ram them, and in doing so, you'll either slow or stop their relative rotation speed, which means they can't fire weapons. However, Zachary's ship is so smooth and heavy, it's very, very difficult to do so.
As well as fast.
Yeah.
Well, I think
Faster than
Slowking brought the right ship for it.
The hooks are probably going to play an important part. Those are usually useful in countering ramming and such. They will probably get stuck, or at least I would hope that the left one gets stuck in a barrel, because that is a great way to latch on to the spin.
I don't know. I actually think hooks are not the way to go here. If he doesn't have the hooks where if he disconnects them, he'll have a nice flat front, which is good to ram something that's spinning. But with the hooks, ooh, that hurt.
Oof.
Well, now the hook is helpful, but
Nice. Let's see if
that's
this
actually a
drives
very
the
good place to get
impact.
stuck. That hook is wedged very hard in that barrel.
He's
I'm not
holding on
sure
for
that-
dear life. Zachary knows it too. He auto-fired the rail to try and get rid of it. Oof.
And there it goes, it slipped.
Slowking seems to be maintaining the proper speed to survive though.
Yeah.
Just another round and then reactor goes. And so Slowking is kind of vulnerable again because the rails can start firing, but now Zachary is going to be facing significantly more destruction if he doesn't get into a better position. Slowking is going to be facing the other way around, or trying to get around so he can start shooting at the core and internals. Very nice.
If he can hold that position, he's gonna win. It looks like he can't. The shell on Zachary's spinner there is starting to pick up speed. It's making things very hard for Slowking.
Yeah, Slowking needs to probably end it pretty quickly.
Yeah, that's gonna be game probably.
Very nicely
I
done by...
I want to compliment a little nuance of the design of Zachary's ship there.
Whoa!
The shell he has is actually divided into 4 different sections that are held on from the inner ring, not the outer, which means as soon as one of those reactors is destroyed, it's no longer connected and automatically ejects itself.
I was wondering what the point of that was.
I'm assuming that's for saving weight. With those really, really heavy shells, once you start losing thruster modules, they're practically immobile.
Yeah.
And that's going to be game.
That's been
Well
my
played.
favorite match thus far. Very impressive. Kind of amusing. Somebody pointed out that these two players have been like semi-rivals since like 2019 maybe? Where they both joined at a similar time and have been playing against each other for a similarly long amount of time. It's very cool. Let's see if either of them change ships.
Slowking losing half of his ship allowed that hook to hook on much better, which made a difference.
Yeah, I think the maneuverability ended up saving him. Ooh. Now this is a very interesting matchup. This will also be very interesting. The mirror match. The glorious avoider fast wall mirror match. This used to be like the tournament proceeding back in 2018. It was all these. Let's see if they've brushed up on their skills, if they still remember the old ways. Slowking, a significantly more traditional one with the lack of large shields. The Destroyer, or Zachary, using the large shields. probably at the cost of offense. Slowking immediately tilting to spread the damage, whereas Zachary rotates into it so it can be focused on his left half. You can see that the shields have been stripped, but Slowking took no damage there.
Like I've been muted. Apologies. So one interesting thing to note about this matchup is the Electrobolts. Zachary's ship has more Electrobolts, so it'll be better at piercing shields. However, since his ship has large shields, those shields are generally more vulnerable to Slowking's Electrobolts, because one Electrobolt can hit more shields at once.
Slowking also has twice, like 3 times as many heavy lasers, which the budget on Zachary's ship was spent on large shields. So Zachary is playing this correctly. He wants to be like evading and getting the most out of those shields because he can't win in a damage race. I also think that Slowking is faster, which is very important in this matchup because it allows you to out-rotate the incoming projectiles, like Zachary just did there, but that's a little bit of an over-rotation. He's probably going to be punished for it. No significant damage yet, but you can see that due to the Electrobolters all landing, Zachary's ship is almost entirely offline. There's very small hopes. All of Slowking's reactors are being taxed right now.
Yeah, I suspect the use of large shields is pulling a lot of power and crew away from the actual weapons and smaller shields.
In my experience, the large shields, yeah, definitely tax all the crew, and if you have enough crew, they tax the reactors. Slowking is spending all of his energy on weapons, and it shows. Zachary cannot keep up defensively, offensively, cannot escape, and cannot fire back. An excellent game. All that's left now is putting down the fleeing ship.
Little bump with the rock there. However, they actually do have backup thrust and side thrust, so wouldn't be a big issue if it happened.
An interesting note is that these ships can fly slightly faster diagonally, like plus 10, plus 15, maybe plus 20. So you'll see that since Slowking is trying to catch up, he'll be flying, yeah, at an angle like this. And your weapons are mostly unhindered when you do this.
Yeah, another reason you'll see walls orient like that is because it shows your opponent less surface area, but all of your weapons can still fire.
It also generally focuses your weapons further, since instead of having like this large flat space, like you have this slanted vertical space that takes up much less. Convenient rock placement, delaying the inevitable.
Yeah. It's kind of the same concept of diagonal ships and how they can technically be much stronger than classic walls, just due to their shape. And there's the match. Good game.
And we move on to the semifinals. Excellent game to cap it off. One of my favorite matchups, personally. And we're to Silas and Rose. The winner of this moves on to the finals. The stakes are high. No need to flex, Slowking.
I don't think it's the first, but to be honest, we have seen a surprising amount of sets of 3 matches. Very few 2-0s.
Yeah, it's very cool.
Yeah.
I expected that there was going to be a lot more sweeping, where like Slowking or such would be mostly unhindered. But it's been very cool how like most matches are actually intense and interesting.
Yeah. I'm not sure if it's the meta in the paid version being kind of new and unexplored, or whether all of these ship archetypes are actually just that closely matched at this point. I hope it's the latter.
I think there's been a slight issue that like not everyone is participating that would be capable of sweeping, such as myself or Quiximo. Or Vilda or One Eye, for example. But alas, I hands
There are
still.
definitely some archetypes and some tactics that we haven't seen, but that's okay. We'll see him next time.
Always scares me when Quiximo says something like that. He's been known to pull extremely powerful tactics out of thin air during a tournament.
No, that's okay. Next tournament will be interesting. I was planning on jumping into this tournament, but then the coronavirus tried to kill me this week, and I lost too much time.
Very unfortunate.
It's January, right?
Right.
Yes, the next tournament. Yes, the next tournament is in January. I've been thinking of making it a teams tournament since casual team games have been a lot of fun.
Teams would be fun.
But yeah, it'll be January. I want December to be for the holidays. I've always been a believer that December is for family and fun times and whatnot. And I wouldn't want to distract from that.
I'm interested to see team price caps instead of individual ship price caps.
That just leads to having like a 2.5 mil and a 50k. But whatever.
So I think it's us this time. We've got Celeste using his heavy rail kite versus Rose's rail kite.
Rose has the point defense, which can have a serious effect on the railguns.
We'll see if it's capable of shooting them down, or shooting any of them down. If it
Okay.
is, that'll make a difference.
I've done some testing and seen if you're reversing, which gives them a lot more time, it can completely cut out entire volleys of rails.
All right. Well, let's see if there's enough there.
Because if they're fanned, they're all in the same area. So what's missing one shot is hitting another.
But there's a big difference in firepower and defenses. Celeste has the stronger defenses and the stronger firepower. Rose has more mobility in general, and the ability to maybe shoot down some of those rails, but I don't think it'll make up for the difference in their firepower and defenses. Neither one of them can pursue the other one, because one's faster than the other, and the other one has mines. But you're also noticing that neither of them have very good sustain for their large shields. That almost did damage.
It did actually knock.
It's gonna do damage.
Oh, that
Was half of Rose's firepower.
the point defense only really works if you're reversing.
And I suspect there's a fire extinguisher problem.
There is.
Now the PD was able to shoot some of those down, but there was still a pretty significant disparity.
It's gonna inevitably, well, actually, She's gonna lose at least one more rail to the fire. I doubt Selfez's shields are going down.
Could nick one. Yep. Yep, there goes the third one.
Almost showed it his side for a second. That looks sketchy. When he was retargeting. That point defense stopped at least 2 of those.
Yeah, stop those.
Yeah, completely stopping them. That's what I was talking about. Actually, I was surprised by it myself when I was testing around.
Now Slav's setting up a full volley. He knows the point defense won't shoot that down. The shields won't stop it either.
Might have screwed up the targeting or something. But why is he not shooting? There we
There
go.
it is.
It stopped all but one, but that one was enough to.
Oh no, it didn't stop that many.
It looked like the last one got stopped right. Well, I'll go look at replays or something. That looked.
Alright, well, Rose is using their mobility. See if they can come up with something. Nope. Cut them in half.
Cut the front off.
Yep.
Hopefully this one goes for 3 rounds. I want to see. It's a very interesting matchup to me.
Looks like they're gonna keep this match and do it again.
Very bold. Very, very bold.
If I were Rose, I would have wanted to switch to something else because I think Celeste has the edge. In a mirror match, it's really important to consider whether or not you can just face tank your opponent, and if you can pretty much just brute force and win out. But if they have more firepower and more defenses than you, you're gonna have to finesse something.
Well, faint heart never won fair lady.
What?
It's an expression. It's like you have to be bold, have to take risks. A faint heart never won fair lady.
Ah, okay, gotcha.
Seems like there's a use of asteroids. That'll be interesting.
Well, we'll see what it does.
Though honestly, Selfez getting close is better for him because point defense can't do anything close.
Kind of interesting. You typically don't see rail kite fights. You typically try to pick a kite into something else because kite fights are basically just like weak rail fan fights. Also,
Ooh,
yeah, those were some good shots.
the range stop it there. It looked like that was close. That's how knocking out a single rail. But that could have started some fires, and I don't see fire extinguishers.
Us has fire extinguishers. Not a lot, but has some. Alright, so are they gonna back off again or are they gonna press? Looks like they're gonna back off.
Seems like they're doing a little peekaboo. Rose is definitely going to be careful because she has to win this one.
I am surprised nobody surprised the other one with an asteroid shot. Because it is possible to clip through an asteroid and still hit somebody when they're not watching.
Well, the fact that you can do it so easily is an exploit.
What, shooting through the asteroid?
Yeah,
I wouldn't. It's not like a thing that I would punish someone for doing.
agreed.
Yeah, I don't think I would call it an exploit. I think it's just a feature until he raises the pin resist on it, honestly.
I'm pretty sure it reduces the damage beyond belief anyways, so it
Oh, that'd be good.
It hasn't once been effective in any matches I've seen anyway.
Agreed.
You're hanging just out of range.
Oh look, Air is typing.
Oh.
Woof.
Oh, that's a sad way to go out. Setting your alarms for the wrong day. We might have the Ring of Death play a role in this matchup. Nobody's taken any damage yet. There was no fanning involved there. On South Ez's side.
So they continue to play the range game. Not much going on yet. Rose is just continuing to use the space to try to buy some time. Not entirely sure what the end game is, but what else can they do? Since both of them are mostly spec'd for reverse fire or for going backwards, neither of them can really push an advantage even if they get one. So they just keep knocking out each other's shields and not doing much else. Heroes had their shields knocked out again, so they're just gonna buzz around for a while, wait for them to recharge. They're lining up some more shots. I don't think anyone took any lasting damage again. There's some damage.
Oh, there we go. That's missing half the point defense, so it was really the only chance.
Well, managed to snipe a rail though. But once again, neither one of them's in a position to press their advantage.
Oh, another rail down.
Yeah, that's two.
Another one's burning, so it's got a.
Yeah, probably more. This just got a lot closer.
Fire was able to be put out.
One of them.
Yeah, the other one's about to lose crew.
Well, it looks like this is anyone's game now.
I'll leave with 4 rails on one side.
So left wanted to test their FE crew. I don't think it's going so well.
Rose has much lower defense on the front. Yep, there that fire went. Little hole in the ship.
Yep.
And
So that's half the firepower right there. Oh!
ooh.
Yikes. And then it's over.
That was interesting.
Alright, so round 3.
We do the same matchup.
They're opting to change it up.
It's only 2 more matches after this, right?
Sets, yes. Matches, there could be
Oh, yeah, that's what I meant.
8
It's gonna
to whatever.
Stream might be over in 10 minutes. It might be over in an hour and a half. We just don't know.
These tournaments are known to like randomly drag on for hours. That this one has lasted 4 hours does not surprise me at all.
I mean, we are doing best 2 out of 3.
Well, yeah, but like a loser's bracket lasts a similar amount of time.
It lasts about twice as long. 2 out of 3 lasts 2.5 times as long on average. And we're definitely hitting the higher end of the average here.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising that there hasn't been very many 2-0s.
Not that that's a bad thing.
Yeah.
Next time.
I'm curious to see how one could feel like more matches, or maybe like a loser's bracket and a 2-0 for best 2 out of 3, but like also not take 7 hours. Because I want more matches, because like they're so cool, but I don't also want to be sitting in a chair all day.
got to decide on the ships at some point. Just go again. They both have won this matchup at one point.
It looks like Celebs wants to stay in what he's got, which means it's up to Rose to decide if they want to change.
I personally would say that the viewers are decreasing as we're speaking, and you should just go with the rail fans, because I thought that would Just be cool. Thematic, whatever. I mean, you both won this one, so I think this could go either way and is thus a good matchup.
Well,
All right, last match in the set.
same ships.
Same ships. So we know it's going. It could go either way. We've seen it happen. Let's see what happens. So it looks like some asteroid shenanigans are inbound.
Seems like Rose's preferred strategy.
Well, it worked last time.
Yeah. Grenade broke. No fix it.
So now the standoff. The game is getting the first shot and knocking out the shields on the other one, and hopefully getting a follow-up shot before they can get out of the way. Not sure if either one can pin the other one in one shot. Celeste might be able to do it with full barrage.
Yeah.
Nope.
Those didn't even hit.
I think some of them timed out. Yeah. One of them hit. Unfortunately, Celeste took counter hit, and it was a bad one. Oh, whoa, buddy.
That was a bad fire.
Well, that's half the firepower. Celeste might not be able to penetrate Rose's defenses now, thanks to the PD. That might be it.
Yeah,
Nope.
they got SPD.
Nope. Pretty much nullified.
It's still possible if you get close enough.
Not
Yeah.
anymore.
Pretty over.
Yeah. GG. Well.
That's the power of PD against rails. If you have enough.
I was zoomed in on Silas' ship for the match when the reactor exploded, and I think it's safe to say fire decided that match.
Hmm.
The rock provides.
So upcoming, we have our last semifinal match. second to last set of the night, day, whatever it is for you.
I mean, the sun just rose for me, so,
So Forder's pulling out their missile orbiter that has done the proud so far. Windsars loads it.
I'm getting there. Be nice. Slowking.
And Slowking's going with their spinner. Is this you guys?
Yep.
This is you guys.
Yes.
Yep.
My turn to shut up.
Alright, so the traditional missile orbiter, the good, the classic, we've seen it. And then the driving home for Christmas, even though it's still November. By Slowking. He's presumably fixing hotkeys right now because the old version that he submitted does not have good hotkeys. It appears to be fixed because he's now moving forwards. As forwards as it can move.
I think this is going to be an interesting match because missiles, they do a pretty fair amount of damage to spinners, but they tend to have trouble piercing it in any way, shape, or form. They don't have good burst damage. Order doesn't have a ton of front armor, at least kind of on the sides there. And Slowking's ship does a deceptively large amount of damage due to the number of railguns.
Yeah, rail spinners are really scary in terms of just like how much raw damage they can output, which is one of the main reasons they used is they always win the DPS race.
Yeah, the one downside with rail fans is best case scenario, you're not using 100% of your railgun's upkeep, and in most scenarios you're barely using any of it. Rail spinners tend to be able to fire much faster consecutively, so it seems like they hit much harder.
Yeah. There's also, well, they also use more smaller rails, but that's it. Also, Slowking has the silver bullet if he needs it, and even if Forder has a bunch of front armor, he does not have side armor. Or effectively does not have side armor.
Even though he doesn't have very thick side armor, it is entirely armor, it's not latticed or anything, and the railguns on Slowking's ship tend to have a problem all hitting the same spot, so it might be able to withstand a couple shots.
This is true. Well, he's not spinning when his ship spins, so they have higher accuracy, but I get what you mean. As far as Slowking has taken slightly more damage, and presumably based off of the tab selection, it says he has 1% less health.
That being said, he still has a lot of functional armor left on his ship, whereas Forder is really starting to get close to getting cored there.
Forder has like one or two layers left. It's primarily shield protecting his reactor these days. and he is without side armor on his right half now.
Yeah.
And Slowking
Slowking
is still
is-
holding strong.
Yeah, he's doing a very good job of switching targets. You can see a lot of the damage on Forger's front is on the right side. And because Slowking's weapons are on his left side, that makes it harder to hit the right side if Forger is just facing straight, especially so if he's tilted to the side like he is now. But whenever Forger's doing that to try and avoid damage, Slowking is immediately targeting his side and starting to dig into those missile modules. Very good job of micromanaging.
This might be a good position for Slowking. And didn't take advantage of it super well. The downside of firing your rails more often is that they run into more energy issues comparatively. So Slowking is starting to have very little armor, and his rails are very often running out of power now. And you can see these red electricity bolts that mean it's out of power.
Oh, that hurt.
He's about to lose his reactor.
Generally, those railguns running out of power is caused in spinners by them losing armor. As they lose armor, they lose weight and they spin faster. And it gets to a point where they're spinning so fast that either your logistics starts to fail or your railguns can't reload in time.
It doesn't help that the shields are also taking up valuable energy when they take damage.
A lot of rail fans in general actually don't have nearly enough logistics supply for full sustain. It's, again, not using 100% reload of the railguns that keeps them viable. This is very close. At this point, both ships have taken significant damage to armor and are at risk of taking lots of internal damage.
All Slowking has lost thus far is a small amount of thrusters, and, you know, that's balanced out by the armor loss that, you know, increases his speed. But
Well, but he has lost a lot of armor. He's starting to get holes in his ship.
yeah, he's particularly the main one. Forger seems to be running out of missiles though, and rails will not run out of ammo at nearly the same rate.
So Slowking mentioned his rails skipped. Basically what that means is if a railgun is spinning too quickly, even if it passes over a valid target, it won't actually fire. Because, like, one tick it'll be too far to the left, and then by the time the next tick rolls around, it's spun so much that it's now on the right side of the target, and it never really lines up.
Yeah, as you can see, like, Slowking has gotten faster and faster because his thrusters have always been on, but he's lost armor. So you can see he just turned off that thrust segment to try and counterbalance. Yeah. He is running out of armor, and running out of it fast.
Now, spinning quickly is actually good against missiles because even as... Oh! Big hit.
Can he snipe the control room? Half health? Very lucky for Slowking that the armor isn't in. He's super in the way position, but it's still kind of in the way.
This is still tense for Slowking.
Yeah.
He's still taking damage, and he needs to get past Forger to get to the center of the map, so he can't exactly run either.
There
but
he
he gets the
goes.
snipe.
Very
nice.
close match.
Very, very close.
Note that Slowking was almost completely out of ammo.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, he only had like a couple more volleys.
Wow. Yeah, Forger's ship was running out of sustain because all of the nice close adjacent ammo was used up, but he still had quite a few missiles potentially left.
You're gonna pick the spinner in the one-shot, Slowking. Fair enough.
Ready up, KMC?
What'd you say?
I said ready up.
Oh,
Waiting on
bad.
you.
Right, so pretty much the one thing that can actually hurt spinners as they're spinning is really, really big rail fans, and that's exactly what Forder is bringing.
Yeah, railguns are one of the few things that can actually overcome the damage spreading that comes with the spinner, because you focus all the damage and it cuts through like a knife. Whereas most
Yeah.
things are just kind of like graze all of the armor over time. That
Yeah,
being said, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
That being said, even if you're spinning fast enough and the opponent isn't actively aiming in such a fashion that it helps them, you can spread the damage pretty decently. And, you know, given that Forder only has 4 shots, he has to be very thrifty with them.
Yeah, the main advantage railguns have over other weapons is not as much even focus fire as much as burst damage. They do not a lot of damage, but they do that not a lot of damage very, very quickly over a small amount of time. So, like against a spinner, for instance, most weapons would have to get through the entire armor ring pretty much. They'd hit one section, but then they would spin and they'd have to hit another section. Whereas railguns do all of that damage pretty much at once, and if done properly, they'll all hit nearly the same spot, which is exactly what a spinner is designed not to let you do.
Yeah.
I think this depends mostly on Forder's piloting. It depends on how they fan, when. Normally this would also come down to the spin speed of the spinner. The faster spin speed makes it harder for railgun shots to all line up in the same spot. But that's not going to be easy for Slowking to do, as he's a heavier spinner, doesn't spin very quickly.
Arguably, I don't even think he should necessarily even be like firing back as much as like spinning up as much as he can, so that when Forder does shoot, it's it's as unimpactful as possible. But this really, it could go either way, I think, because Forder is a glass cannon and Slowking is very vulnerable.
Yeah. It depends, I think, mostly on how Forder does the fan. If he fans too slowly, the railgun shells will spread out, hit different spots, and not pierce in any way. But if he fans too quickly, the railgun shells will actually hit his own ship. He has really long armor barrels there, so he's gonna have to balance it pretty carefully.
Yeah. Currently, Forder is suffering with his lack of forward thrust in any capacity. And Slowking could probably be running from him if he wanted to, which is not something I expected to see. Generally, these games are like fast and tense. But it's been a surprisingly slow tournament.
Yeah, this match in particular is really slow because Slowking doesn't want to move because moving lowers his spin speed. And Forder doesn't want to go turn around to use his rear thrust as forward thrust because that makes him really, really vulnerable to Slowking's railguns. But he also can't really move forwards well. So we're kind of just at a standstill.
I think Forder is getting closer. Ever so slightly. Slowking fires the first shot.
Unlike Forder, he has no need to carefully consider individual volleys.
Yeah, he's just gonna be taking
All-
pot shots.
He just needs to do as much damage as possible.
Porter breaks off his armor super quickly. I hope he set a target because you can't retarget those rails if they destroy their target. Oof.
Actually, that might have just doomed him because Slowking has more than one control room, and I doubt he would have chain targeted beforehand.
Not to mention he's really not executing the pushing it well. He doesn't have any hooks or anything, so he has to like stay out of range.
Oh, that could hurt. And
Well,
it
there
did
goes that.
indeed hurt. What an anticlimactic match. I would like a refund, thank you.
Okay, that's the last semi-final round. We are down to Slowking and Rose. You can have your 30 seconds. This is definitely going to be the most tense time for the tournament participants. Either those that are watching and is like tense to see who wins, or especially the two finalists who I've also been in that position where you are like stressed out of your mind, your hands shaking, trying to think about what you're going to do, how to overcome your incoming opponent who you've watched dominate other players in the tournament.
Yeah. Slowking especially, because he already just had 2 stressful matches in a row.
Yeah. And Rose, first tournament, barely just a new join to the community. So
Yeah.
I think it's pretty balanced out.
Yeah, it's very easy to get stressed, and when you're stressed, it's very easy to overthink stuff. So calm nerves is very, very helpful in a situation like this.
This is going to 5, right?
Yes, the last final round is a best of 5.
I'm surprised Fodder didn't bring out his missile ship twice in a row last time. Because he almost had it. But Railkite should beat the spinner because it has slightly better range.
Yeah, it's like they're both forced to use those ships otherwise, so they're agreeing to not use them. Which I think is very cool.
Yeah, it's good sportsmanship. I think the most impressive part about the competitive community in Cosmoteer is generally everyone is sportsmanlike.
Yeah.
Mostly.
Not a lot of games have that.
Mostly.
Depends on the game.
Depends on the player. There's been a few sour grapes in tournaments, to say the least.
Generally, though, we've seen a lot of good sports.
Yeah, it's been an excellent tournament. Great sportsmanship.
I like the 4 shields set up around large reactors for Rose. Those are very difficult to get down because of the quick response times.
So one thing to note is theoretically a large shield can actually drain an entire large reactor on its own. I think the ideal amount of shields for a large reactor is like 2 to 3 if you're going full sustain. 4 or higher, you are very, very limited by the supply of the reactor, not how quickly crew can go put power into the shields.
Well, you have to be able to resist burst somehow.
Yes, that's the main reason you want to have more shields per reactor, is just that extra bit of damage you can tank.
So
I mean,
both of these ships are mostly the same speed. Rose can't really get through Slowking's small shields because they're so effective and he can space them. Like, he can use them all effectively to shield tank. But Rose cannot get close because the Electrobolters will shatter the shields, and then the reactors will just never turn back on, which is what we had watched happen to Zach.
This is an excellent example of how ions being used to target with prisms on a fast-moving, rotating ship are seizure-inducing.
Yeah, there's a little bit of interpolation issues. I do think, though, that the ions won't struggle very much with Slowking's shields. They'll struggle to a degree, but because prisms target so accurately so quickly, even if Slowking turns almost 90 degrees, they'll still be able to burn through shields and start drilling a hole pretty quickly.
And at that point, you can probably just switch over to the thrusters anyhow.
Yeah, that would be a much juicier target.
Yeah, I've actually had matches where that happens, where an avoider wall like this has to balance how many shields they want to present without presenting their own thrusters.
I found that it can be a very successful strategy to just like automatically target two groups instead of switching back and forth, because that way you're automatically punishing any side that's presented.
Might have a limited engagement here. Nope, backing away.
Oh, we'll get caught in the rock. That's not going to matter much for an avoider.
So Slowking just has to wait out for the rod, so the initiative is on Rose to engage, but also not get killed.
Out of range of the electrobolts, so that's good for her.
Hopefully this isn't a disconnection.
There we go.
Good. So you can definitely tell Slowking knows he's outgunned. He's playing this very, very cautiously.
Well, there's no reason to engage. Like, you might get lucky, but you can also just wait for the rod and then, you know, win for sure.
Well, rod isn't a guaranteed win by any means, and I do think there are potential opportunities where it would be advantageous for Slowking to engage, but not if Rose keeps up this piloting, I'll give you that.
If I were in Slowking's position, he's playing it perfectly.
What the commentators are pointing out is that right now Rose has the range advantage, and since they have similar speed, if Slowking were to jump Rose right now, then Rose might be able to just kite backwards and beat Slowking that way. But if they wait till the rod closes, they won't be able to kite out of the way, and since they can't kite out of the way, if it comes down to a brute force, everybody shoot as much as they can, Slowking probably has the firepower advantage.
Yeah,
In a way, yeah.
Per credit, ions have slightly lower DPS than blasters. So if you're getting to like glass cannons, then I'm pretty sure it's better.
That being said, the projectile in ions is far superior to laser blasters, especially with prisms like this. They can focus on pretty much whatever spot Rose wants, and since they're hit scan, they travel instantly from the prism to the opponent, so there's no chance of them missing. Whereas laser blasters and cannons have trouble hitting very fast moving opponents like avoider walls.
I actually thought that we had frozen up for a second, but everyone has just cut the engines.
Chilling out. One thing I know with the prisms is they do have a turning speed limitation, so if you rotate your ship too quickly to like change which shields are getting targeted, you're gonna lose out on damage.
This isn't as much of an issue, but this can also affect blasters if your ship turns way too quickly.
Or
that's
blaster
a range
Goes to the
attack.
engagement.
That's in range of the electric disruptors.
Yep.
Lost a shield. Lost two
Reactor
shields.
exposed.
Oh, that hurt.
I think
Fires
that's
on
probably
the-
Fire difference.
There's a lot of fires that are going to be damaging.
Yeah.
so. Yeah, as you can
Slowking
see, like
did
that
almost
brief,
no damage.
that brief engagement, Slowking was able to do enough damage to destroy a reactor, and Rose didn't deal any damage.
Yeah, patience pays off. And the amount of electrobolters on Slowking's ship are really, really not good for Rose's large shields.
Rose is going to lose that engine segment on the left because of the fire. There's no fire extinguisher to stop that.
There's not even a fire extinguisher in the module to begin with.
Yeah.
Fire extinguishers save lives.
At this point, I think Slowking can mostly tank the damage effectively, so...
If he pilots really, really well, he still needs to be careful. After that, though, I think he has this.
Plus Rose got way too close, unfortunately, and Slowking was capable of jumping on top of her.
Alright. Very well played. Alright, so that's 1 win for Slowking. As a reminder, we are going to 5, not 3.
As per the finale.
Well, it's a best of 5, I should say.
Yeah. Yeah, one of you already won 3 times, but we're gonna do the other 2 matches. Just cause.
Bringing out the rail. Yes, it's the kite. Honestly, one of my favorite ships, mostly because I have a ship that's nearly a copy.
This is probably going to be where the choice limitation of 3 bites someone the most. Because Slowking is very disadvantaged here. He has a cannon wall, the avoider wall, and the spinner, and none of those are particularly great against a rail kite.
Honestly, if she just keeps the rail kite, she might be able to just wipe it. Because, like, especially with this matchup, the rail kite is only going to have his 7 accelerator rails be able to possibly fight back. And then with the amount of point defense and shielding,
Yeah, Slowking is definitely... He definitely has an uphill battle here. His opponent outranges most of his damage and is faster. That's never a place you want to be.
I think that Slowking could reasonably do well if he were to split his ship. Because it's like almost assured that he can't do anything if he remains in one form. But he might be able to at least trap or position somehow.
I don't think that's going to be a possibility as well. Because, yeah, he'll be split, but he won't have the speed to actually enact any kind of a trapping.
Yeah, if he splits laterally, both halves will still be out of range, and if he splits any other way, he's throwing one half out of range just to give the other half a bit of extra range, but also really, really hurting its defensive capabilities.
I mean, a random chance is presumably better than no chance.
Yeah, I think it's no chance versus no chance.
yep, point defense, cleaning it up.
Yeah, even if it weren't for the point defense, there's no way that those 2 long railguns are getting through the large shields there. I think Slowking's only hope really is to try and just survive until the ring starts to close.
Yeah.
And that's not easy to do against a rail fan.
As you
No.
say that.
Wonder if she's timing her shots to hit in the same place.
I think she targeted something near
Well,
the
it doesn't really
reactor.
matter as he rotates, it's gonna do the fanning for her.
That is something you can do though, and I have done it.
Yeah, they might have targeted that reactor, so every time it kind of spins around, the railguns will all fire at that spot.
I think think Slowking is intentionally slowing down the spinning to mess with that.
That's a barrel shot.
Ooh,
Oh, that hurt.
that's why we spin, boys and girls. The classic split after there being no reason to do so.
Oh, there's absolutely a reason to do so. Splitting off makes that half lighter, and the halves can actually fly normally. They don't have to spin to move. They're not the most balanced thing in the world, but it's better mobility than he would have otherwise.
And there we go.
GG.
GG. Alright,
Expect-
that is 1-1.
We're at least getting to see variety.
Well, they just switched up one scenario where Rose had Slowking countered into another scenario where Rose has Slowking countered.
Not necessarily. Like, avoiders versus deck cannons is probably favored for the avoider, but it's an
Oh, it's definitely.
it's incredibly strenuous to pilot, and I'm not sure if Rose is necessarily that good of a pilot yet. Especially since Slowking is an excellent pilot and knows how to like actively work to counteract Rose.
Piloting aside, I believe Slowking's ship is going to be much faster. So, best case scenario, Rose is going to have a lot of trouble avoiding Slowking, preventing him from getting close.
It
Also
doesn't.
doesn't have enough back thrust.
It doesn't
She does
help
not
that.
have a ram bar for her shields. So
I don't expect Slowking's going to be able to make the difference. Because Slowking has to continue to cant and move around in order to keep that damage from getting focused too hard. And the moment they have to keep turning, they're going to lose any chance that they have of actually closing.
moving
Except
diagonally.
rock. Rock.
The rock
was a
provides.
Very badly placed asteroid for Rose there.
Another one coming up behind it. She's gotta watch out for.
Well, still blocking. Still blocking. Gonna need at least one more volley. Oop. It's a good dodge.
Oh, that one's
One.
Down.
One got through.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
gonna hurt. That's
There
gonna
we
hurt
go.
a lot.
Oh no!
Yeah, that'll do it.
Shredded like paper.
GG.
And as soon as they get through the shields, those deck cannons just are unstoppable.
Positional awareness. Somewhat important.
Yep. The rocks decided that one.
So I don't know if this was at all intentional, but I noticed that volley that took down all the shields, Slowking actually kind of boosted it by spinning as the weapons fired. Got a little momentum boost there.
Yes, that's been a tactic that Mr. Gustav, specifically Fort Master Gustav, has been practicing somewhat. I'm sure that he attempted to share some of that with Slowking.
Interesting.
Rose is retreating back to the rail kite, taking the safe route.
just does
Yeah.
2 more with the rail kite. She should have it.
Tactically, that is the way to go, because Slowking doesn't really have a good counter.
That is accurate.
I think his best chances. I don't know. Should I say, should I say until the match starts?
Nobody's asking for the avoider, so
Well, Rose has no obligation to switch.
I
Yeah.
think that the deck cannon wall would be best if he was like actively running away with it. Though I guess with the avoider he can be positioning behind asteroids, negating the range advantage. So it'll probably come down to rock placement in the center, which is kind of unfortunate.
I think deck cannon would be good, yeah.
that's like very close to center rock.
It's pretty good placement. I think there needs to be uniform rock settings so that there isn't just chance determining this.
A deck cannon setup can take down a railkite, but it requires enough front armor and shielding to be able to chase them all the way to the end of the rod.
Yeah.
Also, the amount of point defense is very good against deck cannons.
Eh,
It helps,
I don't think
but
they're very good at it. They have a lot of hit points.
it helps, but it won't shut it down like it will rail fans.
Yeah.
So each deck cannon shell has 3,000 hit points, and remember they fire in pairs. For
Right.
comparison, nukes have, I think, 7,200. Let me double check. Yeah,
Is that a range issue, or is the rock completely soaking that up?
I think that's a range issue. I bet Slowking could be pushing the rock though. Like you can move asteroids, it's difficult, but you can. And if it's closer to the center, the better it is for him, I reckon. But is he paying attention? Is he paying attention?
Oh, the fan missed.
Ooh, just out of range.
interesting play, but it worked.
If she hit that, that would be dangerous. Because if you take out one of the compartment thruster compartments, the other one's kind of useless if you get thrown off balance too much. Though I guess you can travel diagonally.
I think the biggest advantage that Slowking's deck cannon ship would have is speed and durability. As strong as the shields on that avoider are, they're not going to hold up very well against a rail fan, whereas the deck cannon ship has a lot of extra armor also. Not to mention the fact that it's much better at rushing down really fast opponents like kiters. It's almost, I think it is entirely forward thrust.
I can't disengage or hide behind rocks though is the issue.
Yeah, you can't hide behind rocks, but you'd have a much better chance of surviving and chasing down the opponent. I don't know. I think it'd be better, but the avoider could easily be superior also.
It's definitely Rose's match to lose no matter what you do.
Well, that was almost a hit through the rock.
There's basically no shield damage there.
It's not going to deal very much damage to the rock. It's only going to run down ammo.
All that took down 2 shield batteries on a single shield.
And it costs ammo.
Well, now we know that doesn't work.
It can certainly be a scare tactic. It's quite alarming to see a railfan volley regardless of where it's coming from. Ooh.
I was looking to see.
Oof.
Ooh,
He's out in the open now.
Rose manages to escape.
Oof.
Oh, that was almost very, very bad for
On
Slowking.
Rose.
It is now. Oof.
Dodged.
Slooking's expert piloting coming in handy. As fast
Yeah,
as
that's-
railguns are, you can still move in time to preempt where they were landing.
Yeah, even an avoider can't really fully dodge railgun volleys like that, but it can at least shift where the damage is. So instead of taking a big hit to the reactor there, he just took some hits to few weapons and shields and other structure.
If you can read where your opponent is targeting, you can actually slant your ship really aggressively and it will detonate on all of your shields. Unfortunately, if you don't read, then you just turned into a railfan volley and you will almost assuredly have lost a reactor there.
I'm interested in seeing Rose can actually get in range and then run off quickly because of her shields. It'd
Well,
be dangerous because of the electro bolts, but
they did it once.
yeah.
Oof.
I was wondering if that was going to happen.
One thing I'll say, picking the deck cannon would have been a much faster match.
Yes, yes, it would have.
Not necessarily in a good way.
Would have been more spectacular, I'd say.
Here we go. Busted up a bit of armor.
Quite a bit of armor. Was very close to one-shotting that reactor. Not a good engagement for Slowking. Couldn't fire anything in return.
One hit pretty much on both of the side reactors. Because they both lost, oh no, one of them lost shields, the other hasn't.
They're both on lower health too, so.
Well, it's a pretty good cautionary tale on when you're setting up a set of 3 ships and you only get those 3 ships, make sure you think about every type of archetype you might run into. And if there's anything weak, switch up your ships.
This is definitely an argument for the strike system, because if Slowking could ban back it up, it would be a much better position for him.
Yeah, covering all possible archetypes for opponents is easier said than done. There's a lot of different tactics out there, and you can use quite a few different weapons for each tactic, and they function differently.
I definitely think that the deck cannon wall versus the ion avoider is going to be the best matchup that could go either way.
No, I don't think the kite. Really, all you need is something with a ton of front armor, fast enough to chase you to the rod, and you pretty much lose with the kite most of the time.
If she can orbit closer to the rock, that'd be better, but it's kind of hard to do that without risking getting hit on it.
Yep. Okay, so we're at a minute 20. The rod is going to start to come into more effect. When Slowking, when the rod does close, Slowking will have an opportunity at some point to try to jump on her.
He's trying to push that rock.
But they both have shields. And no matter what happens, Rose is probably going to get a couple shots.
He's willing to take ring damage. Also, she's gonna want to be prepared for when he comes around the rock to get an early hit.
So I don't know if Slowking is planning on this, but it might be advantageous to wait out the ring a little. Even though he's further from the center, railguns tend to pierce through your ship like that, whereas
He's got
Rose
stuff.
taking damage is a much bigger deal.
That's
So that's
I
very
think
bad.
Slowking lost control.
yep. There's only one left.
Might have been able to come back from losing the first one, but not the second one.
Yeah, even aside from command
Yeah.
points, the thrust would be so off balance you couldn't pilot. Rock claims another victim.
All right, any change ups?
Well, using the it's rail kite or lose really.
Yep,
Rail kite's won every matchup.
that's the silver bullet.
The beauty of a speed meta.
That's really not even speed meta. That's just kite versus not having a kite counter. You don't even need speed meta. Like what Sarah said, you could just have a max range rail fan and sit in the middle, and that would be a viable way to deal with this. Yeah, it's up to you if you want to change anything there, Slowking. Looks like Rose is not budging.
And they shouldn't. They're
Yep.
perfectly
Yeah.
fine choosing to win. It's a tournament, you're playing to win, that's what it's about.
Go out in glory.
I still think Slowking has a good chance with the deck cannon ship.
I don't. I think it's gonna go right through that front armor.
You never know.
It's just not enough.
It's better
I
than
think it
just
would
forfeiting
take a
at
bit.
least.
It's definitely not an ideal fight, but I think it's his best chance.
Yeah. You can bring the spinner out again and lose. That's like the one you do not want to touch. Nah, play for the win. AFK 30 seconds.
Sarah's
I am
slowly.
counting down the seconds.
Slowking is AFK, so I'm not gonna click ready. Thanks for hosting this, by the way. I'm not sure why the game decided to hate me today.
Yep, no worries.
No idea what's up with that.
I guess we get to see how all the deck cannons do. I'm interested as well.
I think going just by firepower, both the deck cannon ship and the laser wall avoider could easily do critical damage to Rose if they got in range. It's just a matter of whether they can get in range or not.
Yeah, she doesn't have much in the way of defense, so.
I just don't think it has enough front armor. After it can maybe survive the first shot, but then he's not going to be able to fly straight at him. And the moment he can't fly straight at them, that's pretty much it.
You ready?
No waiting on Slowking.
Yeah, let's not start the game when he's AFK.
He said he's back. Is he there?
But yeah, if you have an issue with like you didn't think you won honorably, then you can just give the rewards. But I think tournaments should always be played to win.
I agree.
No center asteroids. That's probably not what Slowking wanted.
Not going for a head-on match. Well, this is what
I
I
want
was
you to
initially
rebuild.
thinking. This is what I was initially thinking that one should do is just like kite. Like out-kite the kite and run in circles until the rod closes. Then you don't have to
Yep.
last for nearly as long as you rush them down. Though he's not making distance, he's just going in circles, so I'm not sure what's up with that.
Well, there's no point in traveling if she isn't following much.
I think at this point Slowking's kind of locked into the engagement. He can't really flee
Yep.
without.
That's one.
Uh,
One more in the same spot.
Might be an
See,
over-reservation.
now we can't fly straight at. Still taking critical damage.
Also, all those shields on the side can't get power now.
Can't go anywhere. Can't go anywhere close. Can't go straight at. Can't go sideways. Just can't do anything. I wish I was wrong. That's pretty much how I saw it going.
Back in ye olden classic days, those shields would still be able to be resupplied. It would just take a while.
Yeah.
That's a change that isn't mentioned very often.
I love watching a crew walk through an ion beam.
For reference for the classic players, you used to be able to walk on structure. Now you cannot. If something is destroyed, and there's still structure, then it doesn't matter.
Well, we got a
this could
volley.
hurt. This could hurt badly.
Yeah,
Ooh!
one more. One more.
Ooh!
What happened there?
That's gonna be the game probably.
Yep. I do believe Rose got a little too close.
She also didn't put on the reverse fast enough.
Again, Slowking's patience paying off.
Yep.
Don't tell participants that they threw.
Stop me. I'm very competitive.
Mr. Non-tournament participant.
No comment.
No comment.
Right, well, congratulations to all players involved, and especially to Slowking and Rose. Those matches were amazing.
Yes.
Couldn't have asked for a better ending, to be honest.
This is a very good tournament. I was very happy with it. It went great.
It was well played.
Indeed.
Well, that's the tournament. Slowking first place, Rose second place. I can, put the bracket up again, I suppose. Okay, and I will put it up. So as you can see, Rose won very nicely. It's very good, very well done. It was an excellent match, excellent tournament. Thank you everyone for participating, for showing up, for casting, especially. That's very nice of you guys. I will probably assemble a document for those to read if they want, or no, not a document, a form, yeah, a form to answer questions about what they like, what they didn't like, what they want from the highlight video, etc. So look forward to that.